Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
さて一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Alright folks, good morning! Got another exciting day of Europa Universalis 5 ahead of us. Had off yesterday because we were supposed to have done some shopping yesterday with my mom and my brother in anticipation of Grandpa's funeral next week. But my bro overslept a fair bit, and then it was raining too much as if the clothes are set outside. And so I'll be doing that tomorrow instead. Hey Wither, morning, poof. Supposed to be a Wall World stream? I mean, it kind of is, since, you know, we're kind of staring at a wall map of the world, so it's kind of, in its own way, a type of wall world. Also, all the time I spent the prior stream trying to figure out how to do the save editing thing, why is the save editing not working, I go back to the save editor, all the values that I put in the save editor were exactly as I left them, and so how come the save editor values that I've saved are not saving as a save editor should? Could it be because it's not asking for an integer, it's asking for an in-game value? And so because it's asking for an in-game value and not just any integer, could it be that there is math going on behind the scene? And if I mess things up with the save editor, does it not count? Because different version, there's been another patch that's been out, but it's small fixes here or there. So could it be that the changes I'm making at the save editor are purely cosmetic? And it turns out that, I actually made a pretty amateur mistake. And that's, sure, I used the save editor to edit some saves, and they would save in the save editor, but I had not exactly anticipated that the counterpart to importing saves into the editor is that when I'm done editing them, I have to export the saves to the save game directory. So a whole lot of last time was running around in circles trying to figure out why isn't this working, why isn't this working, why isn't this working? When all in all it turned out it was working, I simply did not put it back to the proper place. The weakest attempt at justifying being a Wall World stream you ever heard? Whether How many attempts at justifying being a Wall World stream have you heard? And as far as the Bohemian battle hymn goes, I gotta say, it didn't sound how I expected for some reason. I mean, you kinda described it as a party anthem, so... So I don't know why I would have been expecting it to be like a harder sounding thing. It was surprisingly... well, surprising to me. Surprisingly light to me. All these patches, and... oh yeah, I still have the debugger up. It's just giving me extra information on things that aren't giving me an advantage. Oh boy, there's a location ID, there's a location tag. There's a province name, the area name, the region name, who its neighbors are around the border. Things that are useful to know if I want to, say, pop into the console and swap around from person to person to unfuck stuff. That's the big thing, right? I don't consider this cheating, what I tried so hard to do last time, because it is a Paradox game that has just released, and there's so many things that either sounded better in beta, or now that it's out in the wild, there's so many millions more playtime hours than any QA team could possibly wrangle. And so some of the problems they don't anticipate. One of them is that Bohemia, it doesn't have to be Bohemia, but Bohemia does get elected as HRE leader. And the HRE leader has the power to just take land away from anybody in their realm, basically. There's an opinion gate that's supposed to check against the target. Instead, it checks against himself. So, of course, his opinion with himself is always at 100. And so all those little highlighted exclaves of Bohemia in Italy, a little bit around the French-German cusp area, he shouldn't have. That's the Bohemia. That's the Holy Roman Emperor in the release version of the game, being like, I have the ability to take lands away from my vassals who shouldn't have that land, and so I'm going to push the button. And because it doesn't matter what they think, I'm going to push the button and I'm going to get the land for myself. That's getting fixed up in an upcoming patch, I think, because it relates to how cores are managed. When he does this action, the first problem is he checks against his opinion of himself instead of the opinion of the target, and so he's going to say yes to himself every single time. And two, is that it's supposed to leave a core behind for the country that owns the land proper, but if it's like a minor one province thing or one county, one location thing, using proper terminology for the game, and that one location, whoever, no longer exists, the core gets destroyed, and then Bohemia just gets to keep it, and so he gets to take all this land for free, and keep all the land without consequence. That in itself was a problem, but it also has fallback onto the Guelphs and Ghibelline situation. The immediate thing for that is that no matter how hard the Guelphs fight, and holy shit did I fight hard with this, trying to get into war with all these people, most of them in the north already part of the HRE, so anytime I wanted to flip Pisa or Genoa or Parma to the Guelphs, I had to fight Bohemia, Moravia, all the little underlings every single time. Futilely. Because so long as Bohemia is in the faction, and so long as Bohemia has the patch bug, or the launch bug, where he could absorb as much land as he wants without consequence, it's physically, mathematically impossible to catch up with him. No matter how many rich people we pull away from the Ghibellines and pull into the Guelphs, Bohemia alone already starts off as an economic powerhouse, and with this launch version bug, continues to outpace everybody. I would have had to release Aquileia, Verona, Brescia, and Milan just for a chance of reaching parity after getting pretty much every other wealthy part of Italy on our side. And I'm going to swap around a little bit here because Bohemia is no longer in the Ghibellines. As leader of the Guelphs, if I were to click over to Bohemia and invite them to the Guelphs, it has this one barrier here. Their capital is not in Italy. If the capital is in Italy, we could invite them. If the capital is not in Italy, there's an X. But if I switch over to Milan, the current Ghibelline leader, 1141? No, 1411. And then I were to invite Bohemia, there was a Praha is in Italy without an X, but the Praha is in Italy is no longer there. So maybe somebody saw that the trigger was the same for Guelphs and Ghibelline invitation, but that the capital is not in Italy barrier was not active. And so it seems what they have done is they simply removed the capital is not in Italy trigger. So my thinking was that Bohemia shouldn't be allowed to directly join anyway, right? Because if we go to the Guelphs and Ghibelline thing, Ghibellines is described as a specifically Italian thing, group of Italian states who align with the Holy Roman Empire. Guelphs, group of Italian states, aligned with the papacy. It even highlights where all the Italian areas are. It puts a listing of what counts as Italian. And so even though Aragon has land in Italy, in Sardinia, we can't invite Aragon because their capital is not in Italy. So what I think they're aiming to do in having removed the qualifier from the Ghibelline invitation is they only care if the target party is the Holy Roman Emperor. So maybe what Paradox's intent is that you have to be an Italian state with your capital physically in Italy to qualify for membership in the Guelphs or Ghibellines. I disagree with that, since, sure, in a prior century there was more direct confrontation between the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope in combat on land, but by this point it's mostly the Italian states themselves, with their rivalries, and whether they feel that absorption by the Papal States, or absorption by the Holy Roman Empire, or economic absorption by their rival right next door is more important. This isn't exactly, thousands of Germans marching down to fight with the Pope at this point. But I'm perfectly fine with them being able to pop in if, say, they move their capital on down, or if someone down here became elected. But either way, especially with the way that it's a mathematical impossibility. Let me tag back to myself, 1416. With the way that the current version of the game, up until they do their big patch that's coming out next week or so, that fixes, in some ways, how the take unjust territory away interaction is supposed to work. Until that point comes, we were looking at an impossible race here, because no matter who we took away, the existence of Bohemia alone was outpacing everything. And so I've done two things with the save editing. One was to remove Bohemia from the Ghibellines it turns out that all the times I went into the save editor, just delete value, restore Milan to leadership of Ghibelline. It worked. It worked for all the hours I was trying to figure out why it wasn't working. So they're back to leader, Bohemia's out. And because so much of the progress was predicated on a version of Bohemia that is not working as intended, and thus was giving a huge head start to the Ghibellines, because their land acquisition is not how it's supposed to work, and so they were getting a tax base far beyond what they're supposed to. I've gone ahead and I've turned their head start into a slight handicap. If I really wanted to be petty, then I would just completely negate their progress entirely. All I've done here is taken the progress of a buggy mechanic that didn't work quite as intended on launch, and that Paradox is aware of, or that Paradox is trying to fix, but those fixes cannot be retroactive, and gave them, I gave them 10 seconds to stop on the race and wait. Because look at that, man, without Bohemia, all the progress that we've made here, right, in taking everybody away, so that the only major players in the Ghibellines now are Aquileia, are Verona, are Brescia, are Milan. And so our progress is 0.18. We do all this fighting against these guys, against Bohemia, against Bohemia's allies and underlings, to reach the point of 0.18. And because Bohemia was always there, the presence of a broken Bohemia meant that they're always at 18%, 19%, 20%. It still has us 20 right now, but it's gonna tick to like 0.08 without them. And so, with that big catching up done, Wither, you're playing a bit of Silk Song, started over, nerfed it a little bit though, you're more used to it. I'm glad to hear that. That the version of the game now is one that's still fun, but more reasonable. If Bohemia could take territory from their vassals based on how well they consider themselves, I should just demoralize them so they feel really bad about themselves. You see, that's a fun thing, right? I can mess around in that way in the console. We have console access because debugger mode is just putting in a string on the launch. And we also have a save editor that is actually very, very robust. It basically takes the encrypted Paradox save and strips it completely naked to you. And I could change nearly any value of any country, of anything. But I don't want to do that because I don't want to cheat. I just want to restore a bit of balance. So, I don't feel bad taking Bohemia out because they're going to pop right back in anyway. And I don't feel bad turning their head start, subtracting 10 from their head start to make it a handicap. Because damn, man, we spent how many dozens of hours trying to get all these guys on our side, and the bugged version of the game at launch just makes it mathematically impossible. So I see this as a fix. The same way there's at least 4 mods on the workshop that tries to fix Bohemia, that tries to fix the Holy Roman Empire, and the tutorial takeaway thing, or the territorial takeaway thing. Those are fixes, right? They're not breaking the game. They're recognizing a thing that doesn't work and fixing it, and it's the exact same thing that Paradox is doing in their upcoming patch. Excuses, cheater me. It is a little bit excusing my decision to go into the brains of the game and lobotomize it a little bit. But I don't feel bad for it. I do feel bad for, I'm gonna try this war. I'm gonna try this battle. Aw, shucks, I got my ass kicked. Well, we can't just stare at a little corner of a map for 500 hours of stream. I guess I'm gonna reload. I do feel bad about that, because that is objectively cheating. Even if I tell myself pretty words like, well, it's for stream, we gotta make progress. Well, it's a brand new game, I've gotta learn it. When I was learning Crusader Kings 2, I save scummed all the time until I learned the mechanics. It's a new game, we have to learn the mechanics. That I feel bad about. This I don't, because this is just putting in a little hotfix. And because the save editing works, that means I don't have to go all the way back to the start of the year, back to January, back before all these roads I've been building get built, before the scriptoriums I've been building get built. Oh. Hey, Hordian? Did I manage to do the save editing stuff? Hordian, you're asking now! Alright. Let me rewind for the past 20 minutes. 20 straight minutes of it. Man, I've been ranting for 20 minutes. Long story short, Hordian? Yes. Yes, I did, because it turns out the one step of the save editing that I didn't do was actually exporting the save afterwards. Because you have to import the saves from the Paradox save folder to the save editor. I figured that out pretty easily because you have to do that to edit the saves in the first place. What I had completely missed was the part where I have to export the saves back afterwards. Import to the editor, edit, save, and somehow it didn't click in my mind that I have to export it back in after. I'm cheating so hard. Plans are on fire. Or pants are on fire. Luckily, I am wearing pants today, actually, because it's colder out. Oh, Hordian. Hordian, it is so deep. Do you remember how I was excited for the granularity of Imperator Rome? Because coming off of Crusader Kings, I was simply happy that, oh my goodness, what would have been one territory in Crusader Kings is now 4 or 5, and they got, like, more granularity in the pieces of land that had their own people and their own speciality in what they produce. This takes that and goes so much deeper. I don't just have to worry about building roads everywhere so that there's enough proximity to the capital that I can more effectively assert my control. And if I assert my control, that I could get more tax out of people, and I could get more people promoting up to actually produce all these raw materials. And if they have all these raw materials, that I could build all these buildings so they could turn those raw materials into higher value goods, and all throughout that, use those raw materials, use those goods for population happiness, as inputs to make other things, as inputs to make armies, as inputs to produce buildings, and to turn those buildings into... yeah, it keeps on going, right? I mean, that's already plenty deep enough, and I'm still playing catch-up, but it goes even deeper. It goes way deeper than that. Is it too granular? I think not. I think it's pretty deep, and I don't know how to swim well enough to really swim in the deep end yet. But I'm enjoying the swim, and I do like the granularity. Ever since playing like Kingdom Dragon Pass and 6 Ages, and going back to Crusader Kings and seeing how Crusader Kings 2 compares to Crusader Kings 3, I've been of the mind that my perfect strategy game would be the ugliest possible game in the world. Like, complete graphical who cares. So they could devote more space and resources to making the most granular thing you could imagine. This might not be the most granular thing you could imagine, but it's making me happy. Making my people happy is a trap, just keeps them wanting more happiness. Keep them miserable, strike fear in their hearts. By consequence, that's already what's going on, because at one point I did end up stripping away the rights of the nobles to build their own castles and keep their own castles, and so stability went into the negatives. The noble estate is still catching up. And because we took some territory from the Pope and we haven't fully integrated those lands yet, we've got some insurgents going. We've got people so unhappy here that the nobles in these territories actually want to rise up against us. The nobles in general are happier now, but the nobles over in our northern frontier specifically hate that we've recently conquered them. And that's not a thing that ticks away. That's a thing that stays there until I fully integrate these lands into my territory. Until then, they still long for independence, like we do in the Pacific territories. 54% progress, and it's increasing by 0.39. I had one of my cabinet members tasked with trying to crack down on the nobility, but all he could do was slow it down. So I have them both trying to integrate Spoleto and Campania to hope that in time they'll get them happy enough from simply being properly absorbed into the institution of the state. So just murdering every noble house, root and branch? It's an option. I took a peek at the subreddit and I did see somebody who recommended, hey, don't forget, at the end of your wars, send your levies, your noble levies, into an unwinnable battle before you sue for peace, so that you wipe out all the populations that went into that levy. But the trouble is, Wither, that the nobility, while they do have too much power in the state still, they still make up a tax base, for one, and I am relying on them as a kind of elite military force. The view that I have right now is that if my nobility wants privilege and rights, then they have to earn it by bleeding for me. Basically, I want to turn my nobility into an officer corps. There's only 12,000 nobles in the entire country. And I've got 21,000 levies, and so the nobles make up the brunt of my army. They're basically an army that has taken the troop worship to heart. But how would I classify the game, Hordian? I would say that the grand strategy aspect of it fits. Grand strategy is already kind of self-fulfilling. It's a grand strategy. It's so much above, you know, the bog standard vanilla strategy games like Risk or Civilization. Oh, this is grand. But I think it fits. It's a strategy game that is very grand in scope. And I like that. I think it's a fitting descriptor. Your more 4X games? This here sounds too deep, too many moving pieces. Hordian, that's all the reasons why I couldn't really get into 4X games. As a kid, I loved Civilization, but I sucked at Civilization. For whatever reason, Alpha Centauri was easier for me to click with. I don't know what it is, because Alpha Centauri is the exact same game as Civilization games of the time. Just sci-fi. And for whatever reason, I'm more successful with that than Civilization. I think it's because it's more fantasy, you know? You take away the historical trappings of, well, I gotta make like clay pots, and then granaries, and then I gotta make literacy, and then I gotta start putting up all these little immortal armies, and then if I'm not fast enough, then George Washington starts putting up his borders around me, and I gotta squeeze over into Gandhi instead. For whatever reason, I just can't penetrate Civilization. But then when you take the exact same game and you retranslate it into Well, we gotta work on the anti-gravity hover tanks so that we could devote more resources to making either antifungal tech to clear out the brain fungus of the planet, or instead find a way to coexist with it. That if we get coexistence with the planet and we build up our mind worms, then we could push out into the overly warlike Spartan faction while keeping good relations with the, it's the exact same thing, you're just changing the names, but it clicks better, I guess. Maybe because I'm not trying to create a completely fantasy history, but instead we're looking at a fantastical future where pretty much anything goes. And then sure, why not? Maybe it makes more sense for me to look up synthetic fossil fuels before doing this particular type of weapon. And that I don't have to feel like, well, what do you mean we haven't figured out how to shape mud into pots yet? What do you mean? All these centuries of interaction, and we haven't learned how to write or read. I was gonna say nothing of, like, having to explore out into the fog of war. We got that here. It's not like Crusader Kings where the entire map is known. There is fog of war in Europa Universalis because... well, there's fog of war in the sense that if you invade somebody else, you can't see where their armies are, but more... that's the in-game term for fog of war, but like this, right? There's the terra incognita that you have to explore to reveal. And it even has a little bit of the unit creation that I do like in games like, Masters of Orion and stuff. But while you can't create ships and crafts in the sense of, like, we're going to put this many cannons, we're going to make this type of hull, we're going to put this type of engine, it does kind of have, like, army composition creation, where you get to decide what type of unit, in what quantity, in what combination, on this flank, that flank. So it's also got the unit, so it's kind of like a 4X in that way. You do gotta explore, exploit, exterminate. Whatever the fourth F was. Excel. So they're similar in that kind of regard. They both have depths, but different kind of depths. It's a spreadsheet. Basically, I do not try to hide the fact that the games I play can often become spreadsheets with her. Like when I first got into playing XCOM, I straight up kept spreadsheets of my units to better keep track of them and see, like, who's got what speciality, who's got what kind of training I want them to use and whatnot. Sunless Skies is very much not a spreadsheet game, but I still found a way to turn it into a spreadsheet game by keeping track of the nameless crew. Where they were picked up, where they died, roll the dice. When Fallout Shelter came out, I ignored it, but then eventually played it, and when I played it, I went straight to making a spreadsheet to keep track of people's role speciality, and also, I didn't have to do it this way, but it made for a little bit of fun extra role-playing aspect to it, keeping track of, like, people's generations and family ties. The game doesn't really have an incest mechanic, so there's no consequence in Fallout Shelter to making everyone marry everyone, produce babies with everyone. You totally could. But I wanted to keep track of whose family was who. I straight up kept track of whose family was who produced what offsprings as they were married together. I had fun with that. Really, Hordian, Son of Sea, Son of Sky, weird games, playing them, and it's interesting but confuses you. They're pretty basic on the gameplay side, to be honest. Sunless Sea especially is Here Is Fallen London, but with a video game interface. Sunless Skies is more of a game on its own terms than being a Fallen London with a new skin on it. But it's basically go around, collect port reports. It's all about the stories, basically. You're basically sailing or locomoting from story to story. Oh, sure, in the best way. I don't complain when I say that Sunless Sea is basically Fallen London with the game interface on it. But it's basically, I played Fallen London first, didn't play Sunless Sea for the longest time, and so when I finally got into Sunless Sea, I was like, wait a minute. Sure, I'm controlling a boat, I'm sailing from port to port, but story snippets, interactions, the way decisions and resources are handled, this is just Fallen London. This is Fallen London with a new game interface. It was a revelation thing more than a damn it, how dare they thing. But that was also when I found out that Fallen London's mobile port no longer exists. I had to learn the hard way, because I was streaming Sunless Sea and Din Not Dinner was right there and we were talking about stuff, and I opened up the Fallen London app on my phone because I hadn't played in a little bit. I hit a wall in trying to make progress with experience and whatnot. Fallen London makes her pay off of like selling candles and everything. And I realized it's been 20 minutes. Why is the game not loading? It's just on the loading screen. Because the mobile game was deprecated months prior. And hey, Giannis Shine. Yo, what's up? Is a lot of rambling going on before I properly unpause. The resource management, Hordian, really? In what aspect? In like balancing the sanity resource, the food and fuel resource? Or more the stories, the loot, the tradable items? Because I got a couple of ways to manage both that might help you out. And how's the grinding going so far? Pretty fun. Our little Naples has become the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, and we're making some pretty decent progress with the Ghibelline and Guelph stuff now that we've applied some certain fixes to the game. It's not really a challenge, it's just busy work. I don't know. I think it depends on how you go about it, Hordian. If you're going from like, just going from like sale to sale, trying to grind out the smallest profits, whatever, then I can kind of see that. But like any other resource acquisition thing, finding the resource and hoarding the resources is also part of the game. So, what I would end up doing when I was playing like Sunless Skies is just try to get a whole stockpile of valuable stuff. Maybe I don't need to sell it right now. Maybe there's no prospect that says this is going for a high value at this port. Oh yeah, profits are low unless you chase a prospect. If something's saying we're going to buy munitions, we're going to buy Navarrete gemstones for this higher price, take that prospect. Try to fit that need. But if you're going to do that, you have to have the materials in the first place, right? So it actually does become a kind of fun, like, Taipan game or whatever, if you want to play it as a trading game. Because you're basically becoming an Amazon fulfillment center if you play it the way I play it. You're gathering more loot and materials, not because you have to sell it right now, but because you might need to sell it in the future. So I think when I was playing Sunless Skies, port reports are also pretty valuable. If you go around, you want to make sure you get port reports, sell your port reports, that gives you extra money. But basically, you just always want to be trying to get surplus. Be it, if you really have to, you can buy stuff, but there's so many ways to find materials too. Like those Langolier or whatever they were over in Eleutheria. They're supposed to be spooky, right? Like, don't shine your flashlight on them. If you shine your light on them, you're going to wake them up. You're going to wake them up and they chase after you. Good. Because they're easy to kill. And if I kill them, I get a chance of getting Navarrete gemstones for free. It's funny because the game's supposed to be like a spooky exploration, you never know where you're safe kind of thing. But once you fill out the map, it becomes a little bit less spooky because you know where all the hardships are and you could just fly around the hardships and go this way instead. But you also go from, we have to avoid these things because we might die, to, hey, let's go hunt these things because they drop a lot of really good stuff on them. So what are we doing in Europa Universalis? They focus on making the text adventure fun, but make the trading and sailing gameplay a tedious bore? I guess it depends on what you like, because I am someone who adored Wind Waker, so I loved getting to sail slowly across the ocean. They made a game specifically for one specific island boy. And so when it comes to Sunless Skies, taking the time to locomote from one port against a vast, expansive sky to get to the other port in slow, calm, melancholic melodrama, that's great for me. So, taking the time to go from location to location is simply part of the game. I mesh with that, I'm fine with it. The trading stuff is pretty basic. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I would say it's basic, because the emphasis is on the stories. That's what Fail Better does do best, after all. Dozens of trips to get one upgrade? Yeah. You're gonna learn to love your Sky Locomotive, whether it's the one you start off with or the one you're trying to grind for. I guess it helps that I'm pretty basic when it comes to my Sky Locomotives. I'm not really seeking out, trying to buy every single weapon upgrade, then upgrade to the next weapon upgrade in terms of what I could buy from the shop. Like I learned early on, that the Marauders drop a pretty damn good cannon that could sustain you for pretty much the entire game. It has like a medium or low chance of dropping for Marauders as early as a reach. So if you just grind away at the Marauders for a while, eventually they'll drop a Marauder Mangonel. And Marauder Mangonel is pretty much all I need, so my weapons are covered. And so when it comes to what locomotive to get, it's down to like what auxiliary parts could I put in. You know, like sure, there's a big locomotives with lots of stuff on it, but I find them too slow. Yeah, see, without Bohemia, they're as low as 0.08 to circle back to my earlier rant. So if I bust my ass turning all of these guys from Ghibellines to Guelphs, we can get as high as 0.18% and drain them to 0.8. But as long as Bohemia's in there, with the current state of the game and Bohemia's ability to just take land from everybody else, their tax base alone outpaces all of Italy to make this a mathematical impossibility. You managed to buy the house, a bigger ship, bigger engine, and it doesn't feel like an upgrade. I will say that the house isn't really an upgrade. Unlike Fallen London and Sunless Sea, the acquisition of a house is strictly for, do you want to do the wealth ending, basically. It is a cash gate that makes progress in one type of ending for your captain. And I do admit that the house in that sense is kind of underwhelming. You can choose where to put the house, but it doesn't really make a big difference and you lose it by the next captain. But the ship is most definitely an upgrade, if you know what you're going for. Because there's all those other parts you could add to your engine, right? You got like different engine types, you got different auxiliary types. What was it, like hull space for armor, weapon slots. And so if you're choosing your engine, your locomotive, based on what you want to do with it, you can have a more fun time with it. I like things that add a whole lot more auxiliary parts, because the auxiliary parts that I like are things that give me benefit, like more storage, more capacity, things like that. And there's also the not very often mentioned difference between the locomotives in their, what do you call it, the side boosting? Some are pretty slow and ambulatory on their ability to go, right? They're more like, and I don't like those. I like engines that do two things. They have lots of side parts for me to put more locomotive changing attachments to. And I also like their choo-choo to be more like choo-choo. Because one, that helps with combat. In combat, it's... Oh no, Hordian, you're not rambling, I'm rambling. Because one, right, the combat is here's the enemy, here's you, and you're both going like this. And what you basically want to do is line up your shot and fire, and they're doing the exact same thing to you. So you want to be able to go choo-poom, 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 right? But also, going choo-choo-choo is fast. I would fly at an angle pretty much, because I'm trying to get to my destination. And if I go to my destination like this, it takes like 5 minutes. But if I'm flying like this, and I'm going choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo, I could cut that time in half. And one might say, well, Guinea, just use, what is it, the Devourer of Distance or something? That super late game engine that comes out with the DLC. What's it, DLC? Either with a super late game engine that makes it go from like... You could do that, and that is really super fast, and hurts a whole lot if you hit something. But one, that is so late in the game. You gotta work up to that one. And by the time you work up to that, you've pretty much become a master of the skies. And so, well, I could go... boom, if I go... Whoops. That's just as fast, and it gives me something to do. I get to tap at a button when I go... So I'm faster, and it gives me a distraction while I fly around. The action version we got was for the worse. I don't know, I like it. I like the action. I like the action because I took the time to learn the action. You do kinda gotta be good at it to survive things. Combat in Sunless Skies is don't. It's run away because you're going to get your ass handed to you when things are too expensive. But if you get good at it, then oh boy, the benefits you could reap, the extra, not just the experience, but the different loot you can get. The horror stories, the sky stories, the Navarantine gemstones, the minister favors. In Sunless Sea, it's a whole lot more basic because you're not even lining up shots, right? But it makes sense for Sunless Sea because you got a crew. Your crew are like loading the cannons or finding a firing solution, and when you're ready, fire! So, it's a whole lot more basic in Sea, but it fits for the type of game that it is. So, it might just me, but I'm satisfied with both because they do fit what they're going for. What if I played this game? I could also play Europa Universalis 5. That'd be an idea, wouldn't it? 54 minutes of stream, and I spent half of it explaining why I have neutered the Ghibellians, and don't feel guilty at all because of the state of the game right now. It's just a fix instead of a cheat. And then the other half, talking about Sunless Sea, Sunless Skies. Oh, Hordian, when it comes to Sunless Skies. When it comes to Sunless Skies and you get good at the combat and you figure out the tempo for it, it actually does get pretty exciting because it's you and some enemy that can tear you apart. And you're like circling each other. And you're doing your side steps around it. And you gotta be careful. Because if you're not, you might crash into a bit of the environment and then they're just gonna pummel at you. Or even if you're not attacking directly, it gets pretty exciting because you're trying to escape from something. And depending on where you are, it might get a little bit mazy. And so there's a risk that as you're going choo-choo to try to get away from something, and also going choo-choo to like curve around the environment is also pretty satisfying. You know, you might bump into the environment if you're not careful. You might end up waking up some other chorister bee nest. Trying to dodge enemies in the Blue Kingdom is some of the most tense action that I've had in a video game, because they got the Devourers of the Dead that hang around in groups of 2 and 3. And even being a pro at the game, I do not want to face Devourers of the Dead one-on-one, let alone 1 versus 3. And so you're scooting around to try not to wake them up, but you will wake them up, and you're trying really hard to like scoot around corners as fast as you can without crashing, because if those things just touch you, you start getting contact damage frame by frame. And then you have to learn, right, what corridors are safer. If you go down these middle routes, you could expect to see Eaters of the Dead, but if you're quick, you might make it to the main port in time. If you try to go along the left, there's not going to be Eaters of the Dead, but there's going to be the Logoi, there's going to be the Scriveners. If you try to go the lower right route, there's a few Scriveners there. And a few Logoi. And then over in the upper right you got some more, so you could try to go a more central corridor that introduces you to 1 or 2 groups of Eaters of the Dead. And if you go to the right, you have a few more. But if you're quick, you just go... So... Man. I'm getting worked up talking about the different ways the action can get you going in Son of the Skies. Like, my heart's beating right now. But I'm sorry to say that I haven't played a single Patrician game. The ideal mix for you is a combination of Patrician 3 and Sunless Sea. Management, trade, and combat from Patrician, the text adventure and world building from Sunless Sea. You see, Hordian, I got my own combination. What I want to see someday is a super granular, ugly strategy game. It doesn't have to be as, like, in-depth as Imperator Rome and Europa Universalis. But some depth would be appreciated. Location granularity is definitely a must. But if they found some way to combine a granular strategy game with something that could somehow incorporate the stories of King of Dragon Pass and 6 Ages, I'd be in heaven. I don't need stories in my strategy games, right? Like, I don't want Crusader Kings 3, where instead of role-playing, they give you a 5-paragraph event repeated over and over, telling you how you think, how you feel, how you rescued your wife from bandits for the 15th time, whatever, right? I don't care about that. I do like events like Crusader Kings 2 has, like Europa Universalis has, that sets the scene. They set the scene, and then you decide what to do. That's story enough for me. But if they found a way to weave in stories in the style of King of Dragon Pass or 6 Ages into a game like this, I'd be the happiest guy. When I was playing Imperator Rome, and Imperator Rome especially, with its Antiquities era emphasis on, like, sacrifices to the gods, my pantheon versus your pantheon, Imperator Rome would be perfect for a Glorantha overhaul game. Somebody has got to do for Imperator Rome and Glorantha what Crusader Kings does for the Elder Scrolls with Elder Kings. There is a robust mod scene on Imperator already. The Invictus mod is pretty much considered a must-have for most people. And looking around the workshop, there's so many other types of mods. So it can be done. Imagine the life that would blow back into the Imperator community if somebody put out a total conversion Glorantha mod for Imperator Rome. I would probably play nothing else. Like, straight up. My Steam library, this game included, would completely shrivel. Oh. I was building roads before. We got roads going up this way, roads going up that way, more control to be appreciated, these unintegrated provinces. We're also building bureaucracy centralized bureaucracy for more centralization progress. Our current 0.14 towards centralization would become 0.24, nearly double it. We're currently at 6.88 decentralization, so we're going to start building centralization proper very soon. So we're going to exchange a maximum of 5 extra estate satisfaction equilibrium. Who cares? It's only 5. With a whole bunch of penalties. Counter-espionage worse. War exhaustion worse. Control importance modifier worse. Exchanging that for upwards of plus 50% crown power. 5 estate satisfaction is nice, but that's got nothing on upwards of 50% extra crown power. Better war exhaustion. Better proximity cost. I start getting more centralized, and all these scabby oranges and reds are gonna turn more yellow and green, hopefully. Counter-espionage. Control importance modifier. But I want to start building out things here too, especially. Because, like, we got some important resources down in Calabria. But my control sucks. And so my output sucks. Already building a gravel road. $148 to connect to Nicastro. Anything else I want to spread them out to? Maybe if I connect here and there, that might put enough proximity to spread out and slowly turn Palmies minus 5.65 closer to 0. We gotta really weave a network around. I also like how this over here is basically a blind spot of no roads. So we have a great big circle around here where there's roads going every place except for in the middle. And that's Basilicata. And Basilicata is one of my more core regions that is currently in food deficit. So it's no surprise then that this place I haven't put as many roads on can't quite get as much access to food as I'd like. They also don't have too much food of their own. We got wheat down here, wheat over there, wheat up here. So they got wheat all around them. Beeswax is some food. I put fishing villages here, right? They do not have access to fishing villages. They have one that people are working on. They got market village. They could do more market village. That'd be food capacity and trade advantage, but it's not food production. I can't even build them a farming village. Inflation. 2.8, perfectly fine. How's my balance right now? Minting to the moon. Burgers, let's keep them at least 50. 0.13 from diplomacy. Do all of my guys, are they playing Scottage? 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 Neopatria is too small to consider. Too small, not worth wasting a diplomat. So good, we got Scottage everywhere. Books in the Genoa market. The only place out of the Genoa market is Assisi. Rebel movement's too high. 55% progress insurgents. 191 months to promote all these peasants to laborers. And that's because of control. Proximity is impacting control. I could devote a cabinet member to raising control, but it'll start dropping as soon as they come over. And because of low control, pop promotion is at minus 72.97%. So these missing employees are because my thousands of peasants are not becoming thousands of laborers. Because control is so bad, they have no reason to want to go from subsistence agriculture to the industries I need them in. 73 unprofitable buildings. This just makes me sad. Because in a lot of cases here, we have the inputs, we have the people, but nobody wants to farm. We have all these farming villages, we got places that are in food deficit, and nobody wants to farm. Fishing villages are worse. I got all these fishing villages that are supposed to give me a surplus of sailors, but nobody wants to fish. Do I have to start exporting fish? Could I export? I can't even export fish because I'm not producing enough fish to make fish. So I think one thing I'm gonna have to start doing is just actually subsidize all those buildings. If I subsidize them, then they'll keep hiring people and working at a limited capacity, instead of just firing everybody until they close their doors. I might have to, but I want to build my roads first. Spy network, we're building on Perugia. Perugia right next door to me with a lot of allies coming up. That's Perugia. No, Bohemia. Bohemia. What's Bohemia doing? What is this fucker getting up to? Turerian Berger War. Started by Turir. Berg alone. 50 attackers. You see what happens? There's Turir. There's Bohemia. And there's everybody else that Bohemia pulls in. These are all from Bohemia side. When it adds up, you're basically facing 3 Bohemias at once. So where's Berg? Berg is all the way here. Okay. So their armies are in Italy right now, but that's because Bohemia has so many fucking stuff scattered around in Italy. They're starting here, going up there. Do I have the Casus Belli to take advantage of? We got Verona. Even though Bohemia is currently in war, we could use this Casus Belli. And Bohemia. Bohemia's gonna join anyway. 51 to negative 21. There's a truce, but I think this is a lie. Calling this country as a co-belligerent while having a truce will result in stability loss. We could look at Verona's stability, and they're at 33.35. We could look at Bohemia's stability, they're at 27.95. And if we declare war, and Bohemia gets called in, and they will, because they have more reason to than not, neither of them drop stability. I've checked. They won't. Also, the Pope hates me. Also, we could invite settlers in to our country from other people if you have the favor. Pope. Send some diplomat, not some diplomat, some settlers to my little bit over here that's kind of low in population. Some extra colonists to Palmy. We could also ask. I didn't realize this was an option. Until like late last time. Where is it? Request knowledge sharing. We could have my vassals give us access to their institutions. I've been suffering so much because we don't have access to Renaissance. We've now got access to banking. We can spend stuff to get professional armies. But we got stymied with the most useless tree in all the Age of Renaissance. And the one with stuff I really, really want, and stuff unique for my nation, I don't get. Let's put some more... There, get 0.25, so every 4 months we get a whole new diplomat. I gotta start begging people to give us knowledge. Oh boy, professional armies. Give me Renaissance! Edvig Anglio, our ruler's daughter and a courtier. My youngest? Okay, kid. She's gallant. She's got fairly decent stats. If we had a third cabinet member slot, she'd be a fine third cabinet member, but easy third cabinet member is locked behind Renaissance! And I don't have access to the institution of Renaissance. There's a 20 legitimacy cost to making women cabinet members. We could make her take the vows. Lose legitimacy. Clergy gets happier. Nobody wants to marry my little girl. They have bachelors, but nobody who wants to marry in. How's my inflation looking? 3.17, that's fine. Occasional hostilities that erupt between opposing military schools become more frequent to late again. Attack always better. We're currently 18.8 on offensive, which gives military move speed, worse fort defense, better siege ability, better assault ability. Antagonism from declaring war without Casus Belli. Who cares? We're always going to get Casus Belli. Bias for militarist policies. Defense gives lower move speed, better fort defense, also gives good combat speed. Fort limit, fort maintenance, defensive portus modifier. Combat speed or army move speed? Always defend our own first. We're also doing 0.10 a month towards defensive. Lower stability to have them fight it out. Let's go for defensive. We're kind of getting turtled up here in southern Italy. And now we play the waiting game. 135 monies. Palmy, I gotta build roads everywhere thanks to you. Garachi's got a road over. We do have a little bit better proximity with Reggio di Calabria. 16.98 in Reggio di Calabria, because just go by sea. Proximity cost is minus 38.52 in Monteleone. 33.78 in Nicastro. So it goes from 35.78 and 16.98 to negative 38. Negative 5. So maybe if I built a few more roads in this cluster. Because proximity gives better proximity to neighbors. That's why from here we get decent proximity, and then trails out. And Palmy, you are my project right now. What if we connected these east-west highways? Or these highways from the east to the west, because like a little bit over there now too. So Cosenza to Rosano is connecting this eastern one, that eastern one, or that western one. Rosano also doesn't have a road to Cutrone. Okay. Of course, it's going to take so long to build them. But another benefit of centralized bureaucracy is road building time is cut by 1/5. Next month, we're gonna get not a spy, diplomat. Diplomat, and we'll ask Parma to start giving us... They're building a gunsmith. We're falling behind in technology so much here. That's okay. We don't have to be massive gunpowder spewing warlords. We're going to win by having the more developed country in which nobody wants to work. 95 buildings going fallow now. Weaponsmith isn't being used. The Potter's Guild, I'm surprised. Unprofitable. The moment these burgers aren't making the same profits they were last year, they just cut down all their employees, and then suddenly, surprise, surprise, they're closing their doors. Typical, isn't it? Unprofitable trades. Alright. The rest of these, sanction of the papacy. So these would be more successful if not for the constant back and forth we got going with the Ghibellians. But we'll keep these because these are things that my people need. Glass to Lisboa. Glass to Scandaria. If I export my glass or my weapons, that will give a need for those glass and weapons. And if there's a demand for it, then the places that are not profitable will slowly become more profitable. We're not fighting a Scandaria anytime soon. We'll sell them weapons. Anything else you should swap over? Sell more weapons. Sell some glass. Okay, got a diplomat. Parma. Parma? Parma, give us your knowledge. You got institutions that started off in you, and you're hoarding them from us. We're gonna see institutions again. Was that... Institutions. They have Renaissance. They have Renaissance in Ascoli, but not in me. There's a little bit across my borders. Oh, just like that, we are getting some. 0%, 0%. We got so little Renaissance in us. This huge drop-off from a bright lime green to suddenly puke. Katarina, my eldest grandchild. I gave her an expensive education. And this is how she turns out. 59, 33, 51. Speaking of which. Roberto. Ambitious, military education. Expensive education requires 260. Let's swap him over to it. He's 11 years old now. We'll give him some administration first right now. Saint proclaimed. Pope Eugene Costa has just announced that one of our ruler's most esteemed and revered ancestors, King Ramiro II the Great de Asturias y León, was a holy saint of our esteemed church. That the time has finally arrived to revere him appropriately. Because that was my ancestor, to a certain point. I mean, the way these royals have been intermarrying, everyone's going to get this benefit. 10 religious influence? 2.5 stability? And it's time for the next Senato. Alright, Senato. Of course, we gotta do it in Napoli. Because we get more centralization bonus if the Senato is being held in our capital. What should we ask for? Promote castle works will give us an easy 50%. Progress towards defensive fort building cost. Expand forestry cost, raw material time. Can employ more people, but the trouble is we have no control around there. Census would give us extra population growth for the 180 days, and 7 stability if it passes, but because it's a crown focus, I'll have to earn the support of the Senato. Gravel road cost and gravel road time cut by 1/5. Expand mining costs, raw material time. Alum mines could employ more people. Increase ties to neighbor. Gain 5 diplomats. Perugia and the Papal States gain 50 opinion. The Pope really hates me right now. I'm gonna get this. I want more diplomats, I want more opinion. Peruga, maybe not so much. Mostly, I'd be happy for the diplomats. Perugia hates me already. They hate me so much. Because I refuse to pay the apostolic tax. Guelph support gives us a benefit. Antagonism is a huge down. Papal States. Good relations is draining. Aedas Prior is draining. Follow the doctrine is draining. Pleased. Antagonism mostly. Accepted apostolic tax. We accepted the doctrine, but we didn't actually pay the tax. Plus 20 for accepting apostolic tax. Minus 85 for turning around and refusing to pay it. And antagonism's a big one. Each antagonism gives minus 4. We have 98 antagonism with our neighbors. Senato. Held in Napoli. I'm gonna take it because 5 diplomats is pretty good. That's so many months of diplomatic spending that I could skip. And we'd be in excess. And because it's nobles, we already get the 52% support already. Grant privilege, what do they want? Religious diplomats? By sending particularly pious diplomats to our brethren in faith, rely on the strength of that commonality to build fruitful, lasting political relationships. The year's 1380? I'm sure that the European world is going to stay Catholic for a good long while. 10% extra clergy power to use my priests as diplomats. But it gives us maximum diplomats and progress towards conciliatory. I think I want to not be conciliatory so much, though. Belligerent versus conciliatory. Conciliatory makes a cabinet more efficient, subjects more loyal, casus belli slower to create. Antagonism gets worse when you're conciliatory. Everyone thinks you're a two-faced bastard if you're conciliatory, and then conquer land anyway. Diplomatic reputation up, aggressiveness modifier down, manpower ports modifier down, diplomacy ports modifier up. I think this is just like AI stuff. Whereas belligerence, casus bellis get made faster. You get less antagonism from taking land, from breaking truce, from declaring war without casus belli, but who wants to break truce? Who wants to declare war without casus belli? War score costs better. So it becomes easier to reach your war score threshold to start taking what you want. -4 diplomatic reputation, but it's not the end of the world. Faster spies and faster casus belli. I think belligerent is actually where it's at. Change policy, what do they want? They want to enact shipwright standard regulation for faster shipbuilding speed. Serfdom support. We're currently at 10 towards serfdom. Serfdom versus free subjects. We're already at 10.85 serfdom and changing towards serfdom already. I don't think I mind free subjects. Prosperity increases, promotes faster. Peasants also consume less food. How much the AI country values control. So importance modifiers is just AI calculation stuff, I guess. %10 more raw material output. But you get more prosperity and more pop promotion. So I think economically you do better with free subjects. We're building more towards quality. What's the benefit we gain now? Slightly more expensive army, morale recovery speed better, military tactics slightly better, initiative better. Traditional versus capital. Building is more expensive, but I get more raw materials, more population capacity, more food production. So I think I'm okay with a more traditional economy versus a capital economy right now. Though maybe production efficiency would be better given how many of my buildings are finding themselves unprofitable. A positive production efficiency increases profits. Negative may make it not worth keeping open. Could it be time already then? If I rely on a lot of buildings that aren't making money, like pottery, glass makers, weaponsmith, tool makers. We're already 75 deep into traditional economy and increase it by 0.29 every month. Communalism versus individualism. Revoke privileges cheaper. Estate satisfaction up. Pops don't migrate as much, but they don't rebel as easily. Versus better army morale, better navy morale, better pop migration, worse estate satisfaction. So people are happier when you're more communal versus when you're more individualistic, fuck you, I got my own. So maybe I want to stay on communalism for the time being. The big one is at 100%. You get revoked privileges for only half the cost. But estate's happier, rebel threshold. But you get 10% army morale, navy morale. That'd be the big thing for me. Army morale, navy morale, and people move around more. So like if you got a lot of people here, but you need people there, they'll more readily move to fill those needs if the pop migration was higher. $214. What other roads to make? We're basically stuck on being road empire for now. We got boats that were competitive for like a day, and now everyone's got early carracks but me. If I connect to here, or there even. 135, they're so expensive. Gotta be done. The wise Queen Giovanna builds roads that her grandchildren will get to appreciate. Granddaughter on the Albanian side, that's... No. Oh, the other Katerina was my Albanian kid's Katerina. Both Luigi and Filippo have named their children in order Katerina, Margarita, and Maria. No. Katerina, Margarita, Roberto is Luigi's kids plus a Margarita. And then Filippo's kids, Caterina, Margarita, Roberto. Only Luigi has a Maria, and Filippo has a Carlo. But their first two daughters and first sons are straight up both Caterina, Margarita, Roberto. They try to confuse grandma. So Luigi's Caterina has a good stats, 53, 69, 67. And nobody wants to marry her. It could be the lack of diplomats, too. It says soon for these truces, but 3 years from now wasn't exactly soon. %50 for centralized bureaucracy? Got 20 spies over here for Perugia, but I haven't got any diplomats right now. Roads coming. There'll be north-south roads. So we're going to have like a western road network, central road network, eastern road network that I'll still have to join sideways, sideways, sideways throughout. $197. How about I save for now? Because I got a grandson who's already 5 years of age, a prodigy, ability increased during education. Damn! Damn! My grandson, who's set to inherit after Luigi, is a prodigy, 1.5 to everything. You know we gotta give him the expensive education, once we're able to. He's only 5 years of age, so he's definitely gonna benefit from it. That cost how much? 263? 2 months. 2 months, and we'll give him an early birthday present. I've got all these roads building. After all, I could take a pause in building more. Inflation at 5 point. Alright, we'll do 1 more month of cranking out inflation. And then start toning it down. And by 1 more month, I mean till the end of this month. Diplomats. Let's start getting Perugia going to create Casus Belli. Oh. So even if we have the spies, but the only 2 Casus Belli we could create are excommunicate ruler or force into faction. Huh. So I'm kind of wasting my time putting spies on them. Maybe it's worth looking ahead of time to see what kind of Casus Bellis can I create first. Disrupt trade. If we have privateers, anti-piracy war. Which means, I guess, that if I want proper fight for land, then I have to wait for the Senato to give me a dubious claim. I used to be able to make actual claim territory Casus Belli. If we wanted to do Northern Epirus. Cleanse heresy. Trade conflict. Byzantine Empire, what kind of casus bellis can we do on you? Humiliate rival. If they're a rival, and they are. Conquer cost for the attacker plus 900%. But antagonism is 0. So it would appear that wars of conflict, or not wars of conflict, wars of conquest aren't as easy. Religious war looks easier. But I don't want to go against Tunis. Should I embrace some heresy just so we could do proper wars against everybody else? Excuse me. Maybe I should use this Senato to fabricate a casus belli. But then if I care about getting this ability at the end... But I want my 5 diplomats. Unprofitable trade. Glass. Glass to Iskandaria is not profitable anymore. Why? Because a fucking sanction of the papacy on us still. How about weapons at Iskandaria? 0.7. People will still pay for our cheap Italian weapons. And if they're paying for our cheap Italian weapons, then... Man, I'm 41 now. You see that? We got people buying weapons, and now weapons is no longer one of our unprofitable buildings. $5.76 inflation. What's an extra 0.37 per month? Let's get a little bit more inflation out then. Then I'll start lowering it. Okay, first, where's little Robert? Robert, prodigy Robert, that's going to inherit after his dad, 5 years of age, he's already 33, 27, 29. 1.5 ability increase during education. Predestined to leave their name in the history books. 0.50 balance to everything. 0.25 to some things, while the focus gets 0.75. Or an extra 0.75 to everything on top of the 1.5 to everything. So 2.50 to everything? 2.25? And since we have a diplomat right now. So yeah, the thing that was keeping them away from getting married wasn't nobody wants to marry into us. It's I didn't have the diplomats available. Edvige is my direct daughter. Hungary, we've already got a royal marriage with. And it's not like we'll create a personal union because our two rulers, this will be different rulers. I could also simply marry her to a noble, and while my nobles suck, it would at least keep her at home and we could make use of her skills. And that of her kids and her kids' kids and her kids' 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 kids. But she is a royal, and so we will do the inefficient thing that goes against the meta and marry her to a royal. And in true European royal tradition, possibly one of her cousins. Duchy of Mason has some kids close to her age. Heir Philip Ludwig. We could marry her to the heir Philip, and Mason is in the running for next HRE. $4,000 size of army. Hungary, we've seen your army. 13,000. Which means they sometimes give 9,000 soldiers to us during war. Sometimes they become my northern frontier, distracting these guys. Sometimes they make a beeline for us, and Hungary just waffles around. Let's spread out some. You shall marry Philip. Okay, that's position line for the throne, 1 and 2. A royal marriage with Mason gives us 2.88 prestige. We're somehow at 71 prestige. After floundering for so long, more cultural influence. Antagonism change modifier, diplomatic reputation, market attraction. They gain more than we gain. Clearly this makes us the more prestigious one. 58 to 47. Opinion down, different primary culture down, border distance already in a union. But they like our different rank. They got trust in us. It involves the heir. They can't wait to marry Philip out and get him baby making. Alright. Our proposal to marry Edvig Angia with Philip Ludwig von Wetten was accepted by Mason. They're legally married. Location Napoli. Did he come over to me? He's a court... They got married to me. He came over our way. Location Napoli. I thought for sure that I was losing a daughter. Instead, I've gained a son. Okay, so if he's joined our court, then let's go ahead and start civilizing him. We'll teach him how to speak proper Neapolitan Italian. No other character has joined an Order of Chivalry in the last 10 years. Really? So if one person joins an Order of Chivalry, nobody else is allowed to. But I got both of my sons in Orders of Chivalry, don't I? character modifier, join the Order of St. George. And then Filippo. Filippo has not. Filippo was the second son. But he's 33 years of age, so the none of the past 10 years expired a long time ago. Huh. Right. Inflation. Currently 6.13. I could get even higher. One more month inflation. Military support in Napoli. The army is in many ways the most influential internal force in Napoli, and the members of the Senato who come from them are loyal to this institutional organization, and are loyal, have been persuaded to vote in favor of the current proposition. Good. 5 support, we've already got 52.92, and less than a month left to go. The support is enough for us. 2.5 army tradition. Let's go ahead and cancel these spies if I can't get the casus belli that I want. Only excommunicated ruler or forced into faction. I could also go to war with no casus belli. We could go to war with no casus belli at the cost of 74 stability. Whatever this flag icon is, war exhaustion, we gain war exhaustion. And antagonism. I don't want to be that kind of country, just attacking with no cause. Senato agrees. 5 more diplomats. Which puts me at maximum diplomats, way over max. Which means I don't need to devote as much money to diplomatic spending. Which broke the heart of Pisa and Parma. They have low stability, or not low stability, low loyal subject loyalty. Whatever their opinion of me is, their subject loyalty is less than 50. Malevolent is a -5. Feudal nobility, late feudal age, conciliatory, decentralization. Total strength of all vassal countries versus overlord. So their opinion does matter. 12 opinion, -12 opinion turns into a -1.24. Total strength of all vassal countries. So getting vassals is good because they could develop the land for you without you needing to worry about integration, worrying about control and proximity. You let them do the work, and eventually you absorb them into you. But if I have so many vassals that every single one of them combined together against me has them so much more powerful, they might figure that out. No longer join wars and cannot be annexed. That doesn't matter anyway, because if I have to annex them, that requires them to be at a high opinion level anyway. If they're disloyal, then chances are they're at a low opinion anyway. And so if I raise their opinion, I raise their loyalty. They go hand in hand. Alright, though, we have enough inflation as is. 60.87. Or 6.87. What if I made it 7, though? What if I made it 7% inflation? Also, I should use my diplomats. Who else could I steal institutions from? It's embraced institutions I could steal, though. %50 of embraced institutions to us. Alright. So. Who has fully embraced Renaissance? Parma does, and they're giving it to me now. Meant to, basically everybody else has. Ascoli is still working on it. The Pope is working on it. Siena, Pisa most definitely has. Pisa, give me your knowledge. Genoa isn't our subject. And we didn't get any other vassals out this way. But Verona, bygones, bygones, any other diplomatic action to have you give us stuff? Send an insult. I should send more insults and hope that somebody reciprocates, because that's how we got stuff at Ascoli in the first place. Through the insult fighting. Did the Renaissance bypass me entirely? 0%, 0%. Bohemia gets Renaissance long before I do. You see how the cards are stacked against me. Paris has Renaissance. How come they got Renaissance when so much of their country doesn't have it even in them? Okay. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, because Napoli has Renaissance fully already. But it's only in 8.66% of our locations overall. The capital is enjoying the fruits of the Renaissance, but it's not in enough of the country to be able to embrace it. And if I can't embrace it, then I can't research stuff in it. Bohemia has a pretty tight country here, so all this green means they probably do have the ability to embrace, and probably already did. The jerks, when they're so far away, all the way out in the wilderness of furthest barbarian Europe, when us right down the same peninsula don't get as much spread. Come on. What are all these roads for if not to increase institution spread? Is that down to buildings? Are there buildings that help institution spread? The literacy provided by books isn't helping. Markets? You would think the spread of commerce and trade might also spread institutions. If I search, if I put institution, nothing. Maybe it wants names, not what they do. Some things are just production, some things have location effects. Allow zones of control. Library. Institution growth. Pop promotion speed. Don't need books, but we have plenty of books. Paper, we have plenty of paper. I don't have many libraries, so that's kind of on me. Let's put more libraries around, spread out. They also help with literacy, and you want high literacy across the world in general. So library is going to be my next big thing to build. That's going to put more demand for books and more demand for paper. And so that'll make books and paper more profitable. We're already at max legitimacy and aren't draining, so I could afford to drop the cost of court a little bit. There, 0.00. And let's drop minting to something that could actually lose inflation. There. Movie with the lads enjoy Wither? I watched Frankenstein recently, and that was excellent. I didn't expect Frankenstein to give me tears over memories of the pale beyond, but it did. So, I'm sure you guys already have a movie picked out to watch with the lads, but if you need recommendations, I do recommend Frankenstein. 34 money per month is still pretty good. 60 is just excellent. What else to do with all my diplomats? We got Casus Belli on Verona. We could try warring with them. It looks like they have no ally now. They've had their treaty with Bavaria, Lower Bavaria, annulled. So it would simply have to be Verona versus Bohemia. And see, it looks easy, right? It's only Trent, only Bohemia. But Bohemia isn't Bohemia. Bohemia is Bohemia and Liege, and the Elbe Marshes, and the Black Forest, and Guelderland, and Prignitz, and Namur, and Novara, and Basel, and the Palatinate, and Lübeck, and Zagan, and Legnica, and Olesnica, and Opole, and Brudnik, and Osvekim, and Siezen, Bitum, Grakbaba, and all the rest. It's all them. Bohemia has too much. 46 vassals so far. One big Moravia, and a whole bunch of tiny little flies that turn into a swarm. Oh. I'm not sure if Iran is worth right now. They are no match for us. He is. Bohemia alone, perfectly balanced against, we can go toe-to-toe with Bohemia alone, and it's all down to luck and strategy. Much stronger than Moravia, much stronger, insignificant, all these littler guys. So, they're no match. We're much stronger. All these little guys are insignificant. But when they all rally behind Bohemia, then it becomes a little bit unfair. But it's been a couple of hours of stream already, right? We played for about a year extra time. And got more roads being built. Centralized bureaucracy almost at 75%. So that is good enough progress, I think. To take a little bit of a BRB. So let's turn on the pretty world map. There, that's a decent angle. All right. I will make some more tea, and so back in a few. Does actual music zoom this far out? It's like every new patch that gets released, the game gets a little more and more musical each time. What's this 0? Country events. No unique events for the 2 Sicilies. Ah! But there's bonuses. Unique advances, laws, reforms, and units. Look at how old I'm getting. I'm 52 years of age already. Okay, Giovanna, let's head back in. Got to get my sunglasses back on. We got maximum diplomats. What should I do with them? Province. We can't calculate proximity with vassals or with personal union subjects. Not really subjects, personal union lower partners. Provincial Montferratine War. Started by province. Could we join them in their war? Maybe I should change it to obligated to help them out in war. Because whatever province gets up to, we're going to absorb them eventually. Montferrat and Schweiz. Little lucky there. Just one little place. They're helping me out by taking over more of northern Italy before I take northern Italy. And they're even taking out a Ghibelline. It seems I can't join this war. They have the ability to ask me, but they haven't. Invite royal family. Buy location. Sell a location to province. Sell location to province. I think that should be buy then, instead of sell. There's a bit of sloppiness with the tooltips here or there, but it's a huge game, so, you know, you can expect things to fall through the cracks. Diplomatic union prevents us from doing an alliance, even though they love us. We're the number 19 power in the world, would you look at that? Payments. Union policies. So we have the legislature of the Union set to align legislators. So the next step is then question of unification, in which we can make it a federal union, bonus opinion and trust, because a union is first and foremost a defensive alliance with the same queen. Can diplomatically annex other members with an annexation speed of 1. Swift unification of crowns. Union integration level of 2, minus 10 years to annex, and Canon X members. Rapid unification, minus 20 years to annex, and 3 integration. I see no reason not to do rapid unification then. We simply have to wait a few more years. 7 more years. Can I make an ally of anybody else? Would the Ottomans want to be allies? They don't dislike me too much. Minus 54. France. They're at plus 125 opinion. And only minus 18. They do get caught up in the 100 Years' War thing a lot. Trust, positive opinion, strength versus France for weaker, border distance, base. I wouldn't mind getting French support. And we like them enough. The maximum opinion appears to be 200. Austria dislikes. Offer alliance, minus 109. Would need to pay to maintain the relation. Do they have enough alliances? They do, they got plenty. Basically all I got is Hungary. Genoa is pretty meh. There's not a lot of good Casus Bellis we could use. Savoy. I've got 3 allies already. The Pope is 1, Milan. Minus 144. Border distance, you'd have to pay to maintain. So I'm pretty much shit out of luck when it comes to getting allies. How about Venice? You've got a bunch of other vassals. Minus 71. Minus 101. Aragon? What kind of wars, what kind of Casus Bellis could we make on you? So even with land that I want there and there in Cagliari, we can't make claims for land, it seems. Savoy has allies. Dauphine has allies. Naples stands alone with only Hungary. But they're kind of the only ally I need. I guess we could devote some to improving opinion with the Pope. And maybe we can get Pisa to like us more. Diplomat en route to Pisa. Parma. Sure. We'll at least get our vassals to hate us less. Gotta make more libraries everywhere. Libraries to get more institution spread. Institution spread to get my Renaissance. Renaissance to get extra cabinet member. More crown power. And so on, so on. So building scriptoriums and paper mills and libraries isn't just good economic sense. Books. We're lacking books in the Napoli market in a big way. Unused trade capacity, huh? Who's got more books than Tunisian books? Genovese pearls, Pest amber, Kievan amber. We could free up 0.5 capacity. Sorry, Amber. There's not a lot of amber in Pest, so that's not doing too much anyway. Which means, if I'm short on books, I should buy more. I should make more scriptoriums again. More scriptoriums, more libraries. We're gonna be the intellectual powerhouse of southern Italy, which I know isn't saying much. $36. Two more days for gravel road, Nicastro. Look at these roads getting built out everywhere. We have to connect from Sayella to Payola, right? That's what this one is? Yeah. A whole year left to go to build down there. But once we do, it's going to connect a little bit more. We've already got highway going down. Down, 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 down. So we got lots of good connection. We just need more connection to facilitate the easiness of it. Lately, our focus has been primarily army-oriented. Perhaps you should not overlook the possibility of a strong navy and invest more time in naval research. -10 navy tradition for 5 army tradition. Stop this deterioration. I can't afford that. The market has spoken. How's my traditions right now for army and navy? This gives us maritime presence, proximity through marine, trade range over land down, trade range over sea up. And land would give RGO size, proximity through land, trade range over land, half the range of sea. I think Navy's alright. For taking things in the rest of Italy, it's going to be down to the army. But we could always... It's down more to control than military for land versus sea. And I could build plenty of roads all up and down Italy. I could just focus on my control for that, whereas... Naval range, colonial range, trade range... What's the something research I do? Got pop promotion working towards. Docks coming up next. Institution growth plus 20%. Is it a bit too late for that? Should I have gotten for that first if I wanted... If I wanted Renaissance in here? 3.95%, 5%, 4%. It's growing really slowly. As much as I want to build docks, Carracks. We're doing dock then pop promotion speed. Rag paper is a production method of paper. Bureaucracy we got. Counting house is local crown power. Encourage urbanization. There's a cabinet action for local pop promotion speed up. That's cool. Proximity cost minus 5%. And food production up. Also sounds cool. It takes tools, so the more I do that, the more my tools become more profitable. Literacy of nobles, diplomatic annexation, cheaper cost of court. Change policy cost, navy repair cost. Monthly prestige, 0.05, Inquisition law. Gives papal control for happier estates of 1 and quicker conversion or local courts. Pop conversion speed quicker. So where's this institution growth coming from? Is it back down in traditions? Cost of purchasing food, construction speed, culture capacity, stability investment, religious influence, culture traditions, monthly army tradition. Cost of purchasing food, there we go. Classic scholasticism. Let's pick up classic scholasticism over here. And some cheaper food. And then after those two, then we could add we'll do pop promotion speed and docks last. Because we got lots of other stuff we gotta build anyway. I want to get Renaissance. So I want to do institution growth throughout the country. And then while we wait for institutions to grow, we'll make it cheaper to get food. Because even though I got stuff all around, my dumb people still buy food. Black Zero, hello! Welcome to you. I've given them fishing villages and farming villages and so many other different ways of producing food. And they're saying, nah, it doesn't make as much money. That building doesn't make as much money, so we're not going to be fishermen. Since it doesn't make as much money, we're going to spend money to buy food instead. And then pop promotion to fill out all these missing RGOs. Did I manage to fix the issue? I did. It turned out that I had the biggest dummy mistake. And that is that while I made all the correct changes in the save editor, and I saved after making changes in the save editor, I forgot to export the saves out of the editor back into the main Paradox save file. So I was doing everything correct except for actually send this back into live then. But I have noticed a small change between the last time I streamed and today. Okay, Bohemia still isn't in. That actually stuck now. I noticed a small change, and I'm not sure if it's because of the tinkering around that I did, or what. But observe that Bohemia is no longer in the Ghibellines, right? And so I could try to invite, and as a Guelph, if I try to invite, Praha is in Italy, is still incorrect, and so we cannot ask Bohemia. But if I were to go back to Milan, as a Ghibelline leader, and solicit Bohemia, Praha is in Italy is gone. So, I think instead of, oh snap, they both have Praha is in Italy, yes, no, but only one of it is actually working, they went, oh snap, let's remove that entirely so we could invite them in whenever. So, clearly something's been changed. And that something is, well, if that trigger's not gonna work, X out the trigger entirely, it looks like. So maybe they really want to be able to invite Bohemia. But either way, maybe that's a disagreement in what I believe is fair and what Paradox believes is fair. But one of the bigger things it came down to was that, as it stands, the Holy Roman Emperor, in this case Bohemia, still has the ability to just suck up land from anyone however they want, and so their tax rate look at that bar. Yeah, their tax rate continues to go up forever in a very nice pattern that would make any American CEO cream themselves instantly if they could have this kind of eternal growth. Which makes the Guelph and Ghibelline thing kind of a really Sisyphean tax, because no matter who of the Ghibellines you make back into Guelphs, it's always a constant. It's not exactly Guelph versus Ghibelline economically. It's Guelph versus Bohemia. That's the long and short of it. And my understanding is that is gonna get patched, like next week or so. They're gonna change how cores work with seizing unlawful territory or something. And that's great for future runs, that eventually, after a few patches and fix, Bohemia won't just be able to take all the land they want without consequence. But it doesn't work backwards. It doesn't retroactively fix all the different benefits that Bohemia has for itself in this game. So I went ahead and turned their huge advantage into a little bit of a handicap. They've had massive advantage from a system that doesn't work and is actively getting worked on to fix for like the past 50 years almost. So I just gave them a -10. Just a -10 to counteract the unfair advantages they've had for like 4 or 5 decades. And I'm going to call it square. If they want to pull Bohemia back in after that, I've got my fix. You've managed to get the Hansa to work without mods and changes. Earn double of the Emperor in trade alone. That is amazing, Black Shiro. One of these days, I'll perfectly figure out trade. I'm still drowning in shallow water here. So I'm playing a whole lot of catch-up to get more roads I need, to get more control, to get population promotion faster. I'm the only one in the peninsula that doesn't have Renaissance, so I'm building up more libraries to try to get more institution spread, and then making more scriptoriums, because now I'm short on books once more. But we're gonna get so much book profit if I gotta make more paper, to make more scriptoriums, to make more library, and that's all more demand for book. What's my tag again? 14, 16? Not 15. Maybe I want to play as a non-existent country. I figure that maybe after 2 or 3 real-life years of this progress and a few patches here and there, I might actually get halfway decent at this at the novice level. You went from let's build a wide network of trade to overpower every node and beat everyone in the trade league. Oh, that is amazing. I'm a little bit upset with myself because we've been having a back and forth with Dubrovnik. That's basically my trade war right now. Is at the start of the game, Dubrovnik had all of here, had the eastern part of southern Italy. Constantinopolis had over here. And for the first decade or two, we were doing so good at trade that we had completely pushed Dubrovnik out of Italy. We pretty much had all of this Epirus area, and even so much of the Aegean here in the southwest. And now Dubrovnik is pushing back out. Constantinopolis is stable enough to get more trade advantage over here. It was probably simply luck and putting basic investments at all that had us dominate in Dubrovnik and Constantinopolis areas in the first part. And now I have them pushing back until I learn how to actually be good at the trade game. I know there's a whole lot of buildings that I could make that could push advantage my way, but that costs money, and I gotta make money, and I gotta make control to make money, and it's all these other things that I gotta prioritize to make the thing, to make the thing, to make the thing, to get the thing that I want. Which is fun. I'm starting to see all the different places that I'm failing at. If I can't get good advantage over a node, it's not worth pushing in. But I like to see the color change. It's got that strategy game player thing of getting to see color change. If I can't get good Casus Belli to make color change here, then I can get color change here. And I figure they're right next door, right? We've had, like, even now, we got more back and forth going on. We're getting them more out of the heel again. So, I'm definitely not at any economic part where I could say, push more into Venezia and Pest and Tunis and Algazir and whatnot. I'm just happy to bully Dubrovnik. That's all I want when it comes to changing the colors, though. Though, I think I might have made a mistake in giving Genoa to my vassal in Pisa, because that makes them own that node. I gave it to them because I figured, well, you know, they're right there, right? I don't want to do the chore of having to maintain control and development in Genoa. I'll give it to my vassal, and then my vassal can take care of development here. Fool that I was, gave away the node itself and control of the node. Pisa, you guys already dislike me. You wouldn't mind if we, took it back, right? You have Scuttage, you have knowledge sharing. $70 monies. Let's see. Still short on books. 2.89. So I guess I could build more scriptorium places. Ever the more scriptoriums. Available clerics, 2,785. I guess we might have enough clerics here already. 35 bucks. 453 clerics. And we need 50. Hanzo don't care how the market looks, just pure overpower at advantage. That sounds kind of fun. And hey, Black Zero, thanks for the follow. I've been enjoying doing the flounder around, trying to slowly learn mechanics in the most inefficient way possible down here in Naples. But maybe I might hop around and see how other countries play with different 11 whole scriptoriums. Damn. I'm actually kind of amazed by that. They went all in on the book empire. $37 to build, and so many clerics. At least it's just books that I'm missing still, not like lumber or anything else. Ruler's Nephew, and a Courtier. With all right stats. I could make him marry a lowborn, lose 5 legitimacy, and 10 prestige. Do I care enough to lose 5 legitimacy and 10 prestige? I've worked so hard to get prestige in the 60s and 70s. Little Marty. Marty, you're cute, but I don't think you're worth enough to sacrifice my legitimacy and prestige especially. More scriptoriums. Unused capacity. It's got more books. Dubrovnik books for me. Venezia. So this gives 0 capacity because you're at amount of books transported in this trade is 0. Very nice. 0.06. 0.1. So I'm not going to be getting so many books from these. But I guess decimals still add up eventually. My glass buildings have also been suffering. So if I export some glass, that should create a demand for my glass. And so my glass producing buildings should stop being deadbeats then. I hope. That's how I think it works. And 120 more days for the gravel road over here. How many for you? Less than 20 more days. And... where is it? Which one was it? Bureaucracy. We got our central bureaucracy now. Got our central bureaucracy, so centralization. 0.22. Only 2.67 is decentralized now. We're going to gobble all that up and then start getting a slow increase towards crown power, proximity cost. 2.91 books missing. We got even less. Cannot afford. Oh, because the libraries are being built. Library finished, library finished. We'll build one more scriptorium. And then... University gives plus 33 institution growth. But I can't. Cannot build any building of this type because I haven't got the Renaissance in the first place. .25 books and .1 paper. Alright, we'll spread them out. Put libraries wherever I can put libraries. Margarita has come of age. Give me a second Margarita. Margarita on Filippo's side, not Margarita on Luigi's side, right? No, you're Luigi's. Okay, give it a second, kid. We'll marry you off later. Dare I peek how my rebels are looking? 64.11% for Noble Insurgents. That's alright. Spoleto integration's already 19.86. Just hide that away. If I don't see it, it won't do anything. Another 48. Another 48. Alright, so, Margarita. Who wants to marry Margarita? There's a 16-year-old of the Kingdom of Hungary. Cousin Robert. Laszlo. Who's set to inherit Hungary anyway? Who's your heir? Karoli? Heir to Croatia? Then... Prince Andrew Glazos? Heir to Hungary? We've already got one kid married into Mason, whatever. Montferrat is being attacked. Isn't Montferrat being attacked by Provence right now? Did they lose? Because they have no, that alliance nullification with Aragon's going on anyway. Did they just white peace out then? Because I figured all of Provence that almost completely surrounds Montferrat against one Montferrat. Were they? There's no way they lost that war. Maybe I should change my union policies to assured offense. Because there's no way. They shouldn't have lost that. We could keep it in the family. Marry Margarita to Robert. And what little girl doesn't want to marry somebody with the same first name as her brother? Books are very valuable since almost every clergy building uses them. I've been appreciating that books have been becoming more valuable now that I'm building more things that require more books. Could use clergy to supercharge book consumption to make paper worth more, and then more taxes on it. Well, right now, since I do want more institution growth, and so I'm making more libraries, making more scriptoriums, I'm definitely feeling the benefit. Give us an additional 4 prestige. It's a bit more even here. Normally we marry somebody, we get a little bit, they get a lot. And now that it seems road is finished going all the way down here, road is finished. Minus 4.16. All these roads we're making are very, very slowly turning that negative into a smaller negative. It's positive 16 now in Monteleone. It was like minus 30 something here earlier. So it's slowly, very slowly getting better. Little Carlo. Carlo? Carlo, you are perfectly, absolutely normal. Let's give you a military education. Yeah, so I guess because I was an older one that we hadn't touched from the previous age, it's so much quicker to research. Plus 20% institution growth. Which, along with these libraries, will hopefully, finally get Renaissance into the south of Italy. 9%, 9%, 9%, 11. An absolute cruelty that has taken this long. Population needs, what do they want? More pearls? London, Edinburgh. London, Edinburgh. London's alright to visit, and they do have the grave of Li Bu. Edinburgh's nicer. Well, I guess we'll get both. Prestigious family request aid. One of the two Sicilies' most powerful families the nobility has, despite its vast landed wealth, managed to accumulate significant debts that is finding harder to pay back. They've approached Queen Giovanna Angio to ask for help, hoping that their long history of loyalty to the Angio family and their promises of undying support will sway her to help them out at their time of need. They don't happen to be a royal family of one of these nobility insurgents, are they? 181. I figured it was going to be more than I have right now. Lose 10% to state satisfaction. Their equilibrium is a mere 50.25. Ugh. We're slowly inching towards more power again, but they do have the power currently. How's my inflation? It was at 6 something, and I've got it to minus 0.05. So surely it's like 5.9 by now, right? 6.17. What's a bit more inflation? A little bit of debt for a few months. They're gonna automatically buy out a or put out a loan that I have to pay off. We'll just mint out everything, pay it off in like 2-3 months. Sure. Minus 100, making 67 per month. Taken out loan for 101.11 for 60 months at the Bank of Bardi. Interest of 8%. What's the Pope got army up for? Are they trying to take over and expand their papal state some more? French-Navarrese War, ah. Hungary is up? What are you mobilizing for? You just got your armies up just because it's your standing army? There, 131. Debt. 140. Damn it, interest! $101 has so quickly traded to 140. The things I do for 10 extra opinion for just a few more months. April Fools, no more debt. $7.28 inflation. I can mint nothing and then make 28 per month still. That'll give me a whole minus 0.1. Minus 0.1 would get out of the way twice as fast as 0.05. 30's okay. Cost of court, legitimacy is already maxed out. A decimal difference. A decimal difference for minus 0.01 are maintained perfectly. Nah, 0.29 is not the end of the world. Minus 16 from buildings. Library is losing money. 6 libraries losing cash. Come on, I need you guys up and running. They got the employment. Required production methods. Books, paper. Is it too expensive for them to get their books and paper? Is that it? Market balance minus 0.54 due to supply and demand. Which I guess comes back down to more scriptoriums? More scriptoriums everywhere, then we'll have a surplus of books. And that it won't be as expensive for libraries to maintain their books. Yeah, they don't make money, it's a library. They haven't figured out quite yet that a library is a service. What to do about you fishers? Needs of fishing villages. Salt and tools. You guys have salts. Do I gotta whip my tool makers into shape? But it doesn't say the tool makers are unprofitable. See, but if I make more... If I try to increase my output of tools to make a larger supply of tool, and so the demand for tools go down because tools are more easy to get, then the tool makers are going to start quitting because they're unprofitable. Unprofitable business. Books from Pest to Napoli's unprofitable trade. Well, I have the libraries built, so I don't really need to maintain those just to get the enough book flow in to build the libraries. Sanction of Papacy. Sanction of Papacy. Once this Ghibelline stuff is over with, there's not going to be any more Sanction of the Papacy. Even my profitable trades are suffering from Sanction of the Papacy. So once that asshole is done with, we're going to make some real money again. Send more glass out. Population needs, what all do you want? Pearls, books? Hey, I'm making you guys books. You guys are getting all the books you need, don't worry about it. But pearls we can't source, so... They could have more pearls. Making more libraries again. Unused capacity. We have lumber producing RGOs. The trouble is, we don't have much of the way of pop promotion out where the lumber is because of the control being so low and the proximity being low to support the control being low. Hence all the road building around Nicastro, around Palmy. There's probably buildings that could help with that, with control. Would there be? Maybe one in the red. No control here. There's zone of control, but that's different. Sergeantry. Local crown power. Bailiffs. Local proximity source plus 20. Proximity source plus 20. At the cost of double local noble power. But we could build other stuff. That's local... Sergeantry is crown power. Do a bailiff, then a sergeantry with it. Bridge also does minus 5% proximity cost. But I could build no bridges. Seems here I could, if I had the money. Sabina and Sabina alone. Local rice output. We could do rice output in a few places. Fruit orchards. Produces fruit And fruit is food? Fruit orchards. Seem like they can go almost anywhere. And who do you require for actually manning it? Laborers. So we'd have to promote laborers up from the peasants. Which means I could put some down, but they will be in this situation where it's waiting years for the peasants to get off their subsistence agriculture first. Literacy for burghers and nobles. If in capital, efficiency of cabinet. Saltpeter Guild. Pisa Parma's still unhappy, but Parma we're improving opinion on. Books again? Books again. Even with a few more scriptoriums. Or possibly because. Just before I can click, the capacity goes away. Rome, did you get yourself in trouble? Why do I see 100,000 Moravian troops on my border? What you doing, Papacy? That's still for the French-Navarrese War? That's right. France is aligned to Bohemia, which means France gets to use... Oh, love that. But you know what? If we have 11,000 Moravians and others... Well, there's Bohemia. 18,000 Bohemians and everybody else. 11,000 Moravians. I was gonna say maybe we could do our war against Verona. Kick these guys' asses now. But it'd be like 29,000, 30,000 against 22,000 ill-developed levies. Hungary is not doing anything. No, I shouldn't. I couldn't. I'm thinking maybe declare war in Verona, as long as their allies are right down here. Crush them now? Crush them now? Since there's no question, right, of do we have time to siege down Verona before Bohemia marches in? Because they're right here. So we could do a purely offensive action. 11,000 isn't hot shit, so we could just coalesce everyone in, say, Gaeta, so we don't have to lose too much attrition for March. Relieve Rome. Wait for a bit, get morale back up. Oh, but look at that, they're coming on in. They heard me talking. They heard me talking, and they're gonna turn 18,000 alone into 30. No, never mind then. All that. All that is what I've had to face every single time I try to squeeze somebody else out of faction. How gross would it be? Because, let's see, this counts as occupied by France. Okay. I was gonna say how gross would it be if all these occupied parts ended up flipping to more Bohemia? Oh, nobody expects the first campaign to be a world conquest right off the bat. for government needs. $134. That's not production. There we go. More scriptoriums? Scriptoriums forever? Bohemia's back in, became leader, but they got their handicap to overcome, just to make it a bit more fair after launch version Bohemia gave them too much of a false advantage. Margarita? Which Margarita? Filippo's Margarita? That's gonna be the Albanian crown once they inherit. So do I waste one on a royal marriage? Could marry her off to Savoy? To Finale? Or should I find her some old man? Since these are the current bachelors of the nobility. What's a 22-year age difference? For someone who's got great administrative, level-headed. What other husband we level? Oh, look at little Martí de Barcelona. That's right. He grew up. Little Martí. There. Someone who's not ancient. Marry my nephew to my granddaughter. More scriptoriums. Let's not put them in places actively trying to rebel. Now that my lack of books is gone. More libraries. Hold up. My nobles are also happier if I give them pepper. 5.88. Profit per trade capacity. Buying for 1.16, selling for 1.88. Market price in Napoli 14.79. Some connections. So I better not see. Alright. The decimals are slowly getting smaller. It's still obscene that Val di Mazzara. Sicilian-Albanian marriage union been disbanded? How come? Claim throne Casus Belli on Albania. What's happened with Albania? Oh, because my little boy took over. Claim throne Casus Belli. When, they're at 121 opinion. Albania is not a subject. They're still a vassal. So... they're a vassal still. The personal union whatever breaking doesn't really matter because they're still a capital V vassal that I could simply choose to absorb whenever I want. Siphon income? It's an extra 15.70. I'm sure... request knowledge? I can't imagine he's got more institutions than I don't. It's only Renaissance that's being kept away from me. Yeah, they got the same issue we do. It's present. We got some 29, 15, 19%. And a little bit more radiating out from Napoli. There's plenty along the coast now. Even this was red like last year, the year before. So we're gonna get the Renaissance about halfway through the Age of Renaissance, but that's okay. Because most of the things that catch my eye immediately are shallower in the queue. Government reforms, cabinet seats, crown power, unique to Naples and two Sicilies. Crown power again. University, I think could be super nice. Pop promotion, migration attraction, local monthly literacy is kind of small. Max literacy for nobles and burghers locally. What's it cost? Paper, books, glass, and honey, or beeswax? We make all those. Those are locally produced goods. Chancery max level. Unlocks rights of nobility. Honey, all he had to say was curtail the nobility. Less happy estates. Maximum tax higher. Power down. Nobility blocked from cabinet. I really am going to turn them into nothing more than a military officer corps. Progress towards centralization. Crown blocked from cabinet. Yes, fuck you. Anatomy, character life expectancy up, disease resistance. Look at that, there's so many. Do we even have as many things for Naples and the other branches? Because that's two at least that I see. Unique to Naples and Sicily in Renaissance. I don't think I saw Naples, Sicily things in the other branches. No. All the ones for advances unique to me are in the one that I was locked out of for the longest time. Even with the spread of institutions, they refused to have that one go further down. I had to earn it. Someday soon, Renaissance. Someday soon. Gotta get that government reform +1, cabinet seats +1. Everybody else has an extra cabinet seat except for me. They're bullying me. Crown power, university. Rights of the nobility. Education of the elites. We can do mixed institutions. Literacy for nobles and burghers and +1 artist. Can gear towards innovative. Education of court. Literacy of nobles. Replace cabinet member costs as useless. I wouldn't put them in there if I didn't want them. Education of the people. Literacy for burghers, peasants, laborers, soldiers. And boo-hoo, the nobles and clergy get to be unhappy. And over on the left side, national assemblies is a government reform. Change policy costs cheaper. Parliament request issue support needed is -5%. Only have to scrounge for 45 instead of 50. Innovative and free subjects. Stone output. Theater! With theater put everywhere, we're going to lower provincial revolt levels and assimilate everyone into the Sikeliote so much faster. Cultural, it's actually unrest down. So, just like Imperator Rome. Skills of new artists, cultural influence, cultural tradition. Invest in culture, number of artists. Okay. I know what I want. I know what I want, and we're slowly gonna get it. I just need it to be in enough of the country to grab it. Commoners getting uppity. Our efforts to keep the commoners in their place. Have I? I've been going out of my way to make them happy. I'm even allowing them to keep the commons because I like them that much, even if it's slowing down my centralization. If I deleted this right now, nobody's going to care for one, and my plus 0.22 per month towards centralization will become 0.42 without the monthly progress towards decentralization the commons allows. They're not being uppity, they are being ungrateful for me cutting my own hamstrings to help them out. So harsh is our rule, is it? That the destitute are becoming increasingly vocal to their complaints and are turning against their landlords, demanding better treatment and conditions. Enforce authority. Commoners lose 10% to state satisfaction. Or these things happen. Nobility loses state satisfaction. They're at 55 already. They keep being unhappy and wanting to dip below 40 or below 50 again, so if I make them 45 instead of 55, that's not the end of the world. They'll start crawling back up to be happy with me again. Oh well. 0.5 towards free subjects, which will cut my current serfdom in half. Tax rate for peasants. Peasants eat more under serfdom. We're only getting a plus 1.08 for raw materials and supply limit. So because it's so low, it's only 10.85? Oh well. Oh well. I wouldn't mind making the peasants easier to feed, easier to promote, more prosperous. I like the benefits of free subject. I would like to start pushing my values towards free subject. We're getting centralization, which I want. Current impact of 1.07. We got 1.07 centralization. Cannot push further than 22.06. 22 will be fine. That'll be what? 11 extra centralization if 1.07 gives 0.53 or gives 11 crown power. If 1.07 gives 0.53 crown power. Communalism I like. I need free communal subjects that embrace my centralization. Traditional versus innovative. Max literacy. More expensive stability investment. Embrace institution costs cheaper. So, innovative sounds perfectly great. Sell yourself to me, traditionalist. Estates happier. Embrace institution plus 200%. %2.5% estate satisfaction equilibrium at maximum. We get to be more defensive in a culture war, but would I want to be with 200% institution embrace cost? So this could have been cheaper. Well, it's super cheap now, because professional armies have spread so much in, it's going to be automatic anyway. Economy-wise, I prefer traditional 4 now. Although, I might want to switch over, since even though we aren't doing a big colonial mercantilism game right now, $75 unprofitable buildings. By decimals for now, 0.04 at worst. It's still a lot of decimals. And so they're going to be dropping employees until either it becomes profitable or they just shutter their doors entirely. So if we go more towards capital economy, production efficiency helps. Production efficiency impacts production efficiency. Thank you, tooltip. Layer 2 of tooltips. They should just cut out the middleman. How come there's so many tooltips that are like this? You hover, you get the tooltip, it just defines it by saying what it is. And then you go one tier lower, and then it says what it is. What it actually is. Positive production efficiency increases a profit. Negative makes it not worthwhile to keep open. So I do want production efficiency if I want all these unprofitable buildings to actually do their damn job. A lot of potter guilds, naval supply guilds, weaponsmiths, fishing villages. Fishing villages shouldn't be unprofitable because these people aren't eating. I'm giving them the means to feed themselves, but they aren't eating, they aren't fishing, and so they aren't eating because it's not profitable enough. So maybe I should switch more towards capital. We can get a 29.92 traditional economy at max. Percentage of burgers lowers the amount of traditional gain. Trade income versus tax base. Percentage of peasants. We got so many peasants, it pushes towards traditional. First come, first serve employment system also pushes towards traditional. Well, there you go. Hold on. My employment system. It costs ability to change my employment system. First come, first serve. Fills buildings in the order they were built. Which is pretty garbage, because maybe the building that I want filled right now is the one that I built right now because that's my current need. Equality. Buildings filled in equal proportion with the employees available. Most profitable first. Progress towards capital economy plus 0.10. Filled in the order of which makes the most profit. That, at least, sounds more logical than this building was built in 1337. Let's not fill the building you made today until we fill the one that was made in 1337. Maybe that's what... Maybe that's why my fishing villages are so unprofitable. Maybe the reason they aren't filling with employees isn't just because fish doesn't make enough money. Maybe it's because they're trying to fill in all those other buildings that are empty before them. Like maybe they can't fill the fisheries because they want to fill the weaponsmith first or the potters first. But there's no need for those. So they're losing employees rather than draining. That could be why. Infrastructure, then the most profitable. Equal balance towards communalism and capital economy. I feel like my communalism has already progressed pretty well, and we have things going towards communalism in general. Of course, okay. It's not just for the Napoli market. It's for a countrywide, I think. I was worried that maybe if I change it here, it'd only change it for the Napoli market. And then Tunis. Maybe it is. Maybe it is unique towards each one. No. Employment system our country will use to populate. I don't mind spending the 10 stability to get my buildings filled up. That will give me a drop of rebel join threshold, rebels leave threshold. Drops my estate satisfaction equilibrium a little bit, and my pop promotion speed, but it'll come back up. This low down, it'll try to get back up to 30. Keep building more libraries. I could build more wharfs for one sailor. That's why I want docks, because docks give 16. Papermaker Guild. Pop promotion. Local pop promotion. Institution growth. Why can't I build down here? Well, there's no... It's all rural down here. Maybe if I build some cities down in Calabria, it'll be different. This location is not in the filtered location. Huh. So I could build here. Employs 200 burgers. And they have 720. Costs 2 books. There's 0.4 available. So we can. Is it because I'm so down on books that it's not showing any places available? We could build here. They're also down on books, but not as bad, just minus 10.10. Whereas that's 2 to 0.4. So how about, then, if books are still kind of a scarcity for building libraries? We're building all these and it's alright so far. We're down 2.86 on books now. And they require books to progress their development, to progress building the thing. and their upkeep of. To build cost those. Required production method is 0.25 books as opposed to 2 whole books. So building it takes a lot of books, maintaining it just takes a little dribble here and there. So I say, let's up our supply. More scriptoriums. That'll be scriptoriums towards the Tunis market. Cannot build any further scriptorium? Not in the filtered location, how come? 50 clerics required, they have 380. The 1.01 books from scriptorium maintenance sells for 4.69 in Bari. Required goods cost 103. We have masonry. Oh. Because I'm looking at Tunis Market, you dolt. Guinea. Who's calling? Hello? Anaria. Okay, now it's showing the library areas I can build. I was just in the wrong location. The wrong market. Silly me. So I can build. It'll just take more paper or more books than I got. I'm already deficient 2.86, so I want more libraries, but I gotta get more books to support said libraries. Book Empire. Someday University. Cathedral. Apart from money, what are we missing for Cathedral? Because that's migration attraction. Pop conversion speed. Could I basically build it anywhere then? There's no can't be whirl limit. Scriptorium. Scriptorium Emporium forever. Scriptorium built. And 3 seems to be the limit in most places, so I'll max them out where I can. Get some more books for the time. 0. 0.2, 0.3. I actually want a quantity, so I'll try to focus on those that have actual numbers on them. I should be turning my wool into cloth too. My lead and alum should be going to glass. What do my people lack? Pepper, books, grains, pearls, fruit. None of which are an option here. So we could just get more stuff up for profit then. %23% for integrating Spoleto. Oh. He inherited Albania, right. Integrating Spoleto is a martial task. I'd prefer somebody from the crown, Luigi. Brother-in-law Luigi. 50-50-27. Crown Prince Luigi, 76-53-38. Robert Andrew, my second cousin, 50-50-30. We've also got girls we can try to raise up. 50-60-67. Katarina. I can grant cabinet right for 20 legitimacy, which gives extra crown power. Pop, leave, rebel threshold. Alright. Katarina is going to have cabinet rights. We can't afford the money to make her a cabinet member. Let's wait a little bit. How's inflation right now? $6.28. Here. 1 month and we'll make her a cabinet member. Glass from Naples to Tunis is unmarketable or unprofitable. My glass isn't worth enough? My glass isn't worth enough. Ooh, 0.12. Hey, Toasty. You just wake up, baby? What time is it, Toasty? 1:49? Okay, March. Let's get my little girl in to be cabinet member. Katarina. 90. Inflation didn't bump so much to triple the cost. It was at 60 something. Inflation only rose by 0.3 something. Oh, we got an actual storm over here. Wind damage, movement cost, raw material output down, prosperity down, maritime presence down, food production down. Oh, the one time we get actual storm making landfall, it's a sandstorm off the Sahara. When it's a rainstorm that brings prosperity, it passes us by entirely, just goes over to our vassals. Maria, our granddaughter on Luigi's side. Now, game. It's not nice to call my daughter an idiot, but 36, 16, 20 isn't all that great. She's not getting cabinet rights. Let's marry off to Montferrat. Our ruler's third cousin. We just got family everywhere, don't we? Gained another son. There. Inflation. Now could I afford to appoint a cabinet member? 98. That is a huge price jump. What if I drop the inflation down again? To -1, well, 0.1. And then we wait for next month for the price to readjust. Because that's not just inflation, it rose up by 30. That's a much bigger jump than just going from 6.3 to 6.6. Okay. Katarina. Yeah, 68. It was going off the current money we were making then, on top of inflation. Gotta pinch every ducat. $218 to promote to head of cabinet. Efficiency in cabinet better, and we do want her to be. Someday we'll peak over here, and Renaissance is going to be an option to embrace. Unused trade capacity. We can't get more books in. We get all the books we can get. Unprofitable trade, sugar from Genoa market. Do my people still want pearls? Pearls, pepper, books. No more pepper options. Some Nuremberg pearls then. Take a peek at my rebels real quick. 71! We might have to fight these guys. Totaling 34 people. It's not a lot of them, but they are unhappy. Reasons for Pop to support these rebels. Taxes for nobility is minus 25%, local unrest. Lack of Pop needs, 8.82. Lack of Pop needs, come on, come on. Pop satisfaction, 0. Because they're in the nobility, they get a 6.57 negative latently. Accepted culture of two Sicilies, yay. Tolerance of Catholicism, yay. Price for needs of the population is a yay. Lacking pearls, books, peppers, sturdy grains, wild games, and olives, minus 8.82. And Conquer gives a minus 50. So even if we gave them all the grains they want, and the peppers and pearls and books, that would only drop it to minus 13 or so. You become loyal again if pop satisfaction rises above 30. We just gotta get that minus 50 out, but that minus 50 doesn't want to get out. At least they seem to only be present up here. So they wouldn't be as hard to take over. We might actually get our first civil war. How exciting is that going to be? Against a couple of landlocked provinces with one castle. I could delete said castle. If it's anything like Imperator Rome, they'll build their own castle anyway. Should I destroy the castle building? Local noble power doubled. Unrest minus 5%. I'd increase their unrest. Plus, it's a source of weaponry. .68 books. The more scriptoriums I make, the less we're in desperate need of it. Which means more scriptoriums until the end of time. We got so many clerics in Napoli. Silvana Zaccaria is a third cousin. They don't get a royal marriage. So we'll just marry you out to whoever's available. Who is the least oldest old man? Capitano Comita degli Ubaldini? Province is getting up to shenanigans again. They got guys on the move, but they're not doing anything. Nobility unhappy. 72% nobility insurgents. 0.39. Might not be a whole number, but that's just over 1/3 of a whole number. Coalition! A coalition against the two Sicilies! We've actually got a coalition against us. Casus Belli against us. Following Casus Belli coalition. If they're in a coalition, they get cheaper conquest and subjugation. Conqueror cost for the defender, i.e. me, plus 150%. We only get to show superiority. They got coalition. I'm just sitting here building roads and scriptoriums and libraries. And they're like, look at those fucks. Look at those fucks across the border. They got libraries. They're making books. They got roads. You know what goes on roads? Tanks go on road. They're eyeing my juicy 6.72 inflation. They want a piece of my 6.72 inflation. But nobody else is in the coalition, right? The warmongering ways of our neighbors must be curbed, lest we risk falling victim to their expansionist tendencies. Could we see all who has a coalition? I mean, coalition implies that it's more than just them. Does it show me being subject to coalition? We got Alliance, which is a very angry red, always throws me off. Guarantee of vassal independence from Byzantium and Bohemia. Spy network in Siena. Which I should cancel anyway, because Siena... We can only do force into faction, trade conflict, excommunicate, disrupt trade, anti-piracy, and they're already Ghibelline. Or they're already Guelph, I mean. Support the Duchy of Meissen for Imperial rival. And we're married into them, so hopefully they remember our kindness. So there's no point having the spies in Siena. We could sabotage their reputation. Who do they have alliance with? Nobody? They stand alone? They're the Holy Roman Emperor. And the Holy Roman Empire. Rival with Pisa. We don't need them. Institution spread. Let me look at how good we're doing. We got a bit more darker greens around. 37% for Renaissance. 20, 25. Got some 14s, 15 further out. Come on, we need these numbers to grow. Look at all these places that already have professional armies. Fully. These are like the final bits for professional army. Just that over there. Renaissance slowly growing. Once Renaissance becomes an option, I'm gonna grab it, assuming this ability cost isn't too high. More scriptoriums. Scriptorium Forevermorium. Oh, that's no good. Occupied by Bohemia officially. So, Bohemia might try to nab that bit away. We have Castile here. Whose side is Castile on? Navarre, Papal States, and Faenza. So this war is against Navarre, but everyone's down here in the Papal States. Well, I guess Papal States wouldn't be on the side of France, given the Western Schism. Rome only has me and Provence. Reform desire 33.73%. Oh no. We're gonna get ourselves some Lutherans pretty soon. I want to primarily put my scriptoriums in places that I know are in my market area. This area tends to flip between Dubrovnik and I quite a lot. Tunisian market is over here, but who's to say that after neglect of building markets and stuff, it doesn't flip back over? Ah well. Mantua joins coalition. 2 members. Come on. Alright, what if I devote some of my diplomats to making things nicer with Perugia? They're at minus 137. Mantua has swapped over to Guelph, they're at 125. People just dislike me. I'm not as popular as I once was. So I should devote more diplomats to making people like me enough. The Pope likes me again, 135. The antagonism is still there. Look at all those flies on my border. 7,000, 13,000. They got 20 right there. They got 20 right there. They got 20 right there. They've lost some troops to attrition and things. They're hungry. The biggest pain in trying to attack Verona. Well, now it's that we have no Casus Belli. We allow it to expire. Whoop! But the biggest pain in attacking them would have been going against Bohemia, Moravia, all their... Oh, they're short... No, that's food access. They're 46 underlings. And then having to fight them all piecemeal. But since they're all down here in a weakened state, I could coalesce my guys, march over, kick their ass, chase them, kick their ass again, kick them, kick them, kick them. Oh, my husband's dead. Both of them. I didn't get any alert for my husband being dead. I didn't know. I would have gone to his funeral. Died 8 months ago. 8 months ago and nobody... I mean, I guess that would be why my son inherited Albania. Nobody told me. Little Filippo. With his 97 Marshall. He's gonna help his mom out whenever mom needs help. And then he'll help his brother out. We can't do a royal marriage. I don't have enough diplomats. Maybe somebody want to marry into me. I'm not that old, surely. Unprofitable trade is only minus 0, minus 0.01, and minus 0. I need the books, I'm going to keep the books. Okay, we have a whole integer of diplomats now. See, people want to marry me. We could marry a strapping young lad of 32. Maybe even he'll do some grave robbing. Nah. I've had my loves. My first husband was a brat and acted against me to claim my throne. My second husband supported me without question, and so we adored him. Carlo is gone. Nikephoros is all the way out there. It doesn't have to be a local noble that we marry then. Okay. But first, I have a need. A need for P. And so let me save the game, turn on the very pretty world map. Chagatai Horde. Pinching in towards where the Golden Horde is. Great Yuan is getting greater again. They might just conquer the kingdom of Chen and the kingdom of Wu. Okay. Alright. Now, I'll be back in a few. Shouldn't take as long this BRB because if I do my T 3 times over, then it gets real stale. So 2 is the limit. Alright, should we hop back into it? We have an actual little bump to our population. We're not back to our peak yet. But hopefully with all these investments, people will start being happy enough. Looking at another population boom without having to conquer other people with their population. We have a top location and bottom locations list. A CC. Don't feel too bad, a CC. You were part of the most recent acquisitions after all. And you fall within the Genoa market zone. So many of our stuff doesn't go to you directly. Napoli is actually being outpaced. Hi, Onyx! By Termini. What you doing, Onyx? What you scrounging around for? Do you want to go into the window? Or do you want head pats, Onyx? I've just come back from BRB and now you want head pats, baby? If you want your lunch, you gotta wait a couple hours. I got no snacks for you here, Onyx. And you have your own water in the living room, Onyx. You want to sit over there? Just not of the mouse? You're not a hen? You don't have to brood on it like it's going to hatch? Watch your eyes, Onyx, watch your eyes! Unprofitable trades, but it's all books and it's all decimals anyway. Building one more library, tons of scriptoriums, money is in the gutter. And now we have a coalition against us. Okay. I could try putting diplomats out to improve opinion. And hopefully that might raise some stuff against my antagonism. Mantua has 3,491. Perugia, 2,000. Opinion of minus 137 versus 123. What if we try to get you guys out first? Improve their opinion of us by 110, not to 110. Reduce their antagonism towards us by 110 too. Onyx, I can't see over your butt. Are you gonna go off the desk, Onyx? You gonna go down? Big yawn, Toasty. What is it? Do you guys want an early lunch? Oh. Using my thigh as a footrest to jump down. Hey, Dark Sonata. Hope all is well. Yeah, Onyx is a pretty void. He could be a brat sometimes. Because that's supposed to be my boyfriend's son. That he adopted, that he cared for. And now that we're living together, he's basically foisted the entire child-rearing thing onto me. I don't mind taking care of Onyx. I mind taking care of Onyx with no help. Ferrara is spreading into Adriatic territories. Didn't expect that. Okay, what if we improve opinion here? Malaspina has joined the coalition, but they're tiny and they're insignificant. Who cares about Malaspina? Malaspina? Pavia has joined. Now that there is a coalition, everybody wants to join the coalition. Antagonism they feel towards us is 61. So really, all I gotta do is get the antagonism they got for us down. We can improve the antagonism by 110 over time. And the antagonism is 65, right? +1 for same language family. Minus for religion, -4, -4. Improved relations. Baby. Baby. I love you, Onyx. He's doing his mouth open close thing. Because your dad didn't feed you at 6 o'clock. You see that? He's got his own way of communicating. He's looking at me going, you're such a clever little Onyx. Here's what I'm going to do. Your dad had to leave for work super early and so didn't give you your morning breakfast. I gave you your morning breakfast. And we kind of skipped over 11, didn't we? Because your morning breakfast was just about closer to brunch time. Let's give you guys some extra food, okay? Did you use the bathroom, Onyx? You want to go get some extra food now, Onyx? Mwah. Come on, baby. Toasty, you want some food too? Let's go ahead. The funny thing is that Onyx is the good kind of cat that if you fill up his food dish, he doesn't eat everything. He only ever eats as much as he needs, and then he leaves the rest for later. So when I gave him his food, I left him in my boyfriend's room, because if I don't, then Toasty is going to go over and eat his food. And so he was in there, since the last time I fed him, and before I came back from BRB, he scratched to be let out, I let him out. Then I come back from BRB, and he starts giving me his "I'm hungry, please feed me" face. Actually pantomiming the act of eating so I know what he wants. Really intelligent. And so I opened the door to get him food, and he's still got food in there. He's had a food in there that he hadn't finished, but he wanted out to go away from the food before saying, "Hey, I'm hungry, could you give me food?" The Pope likes me a ton. They're no match for us. They got plus 56 antagonism. 115, dropping by 2.3 yearly. Barty's joined the coalition. How's the BF doing? Apparently, the chair wants me to be at his height to answer because it's been sinking. He's been doing alright. A bit of a brat. I don't want to complain too much on stream, but lately when he comes home from work, he most just wants to go on a Roblox, on a Wolf Quest, and doesn't do all that much to help me out around the apartment, not even with the cats. That's a big thing. At least help me out with their own cats. And so, every once in a while he wants to be sweet, but if I bring up helping out the cats at all, then he's very not sweet. Barty is also super, super tiny. Leader of the Guelph Siam. and all of my Guelphs are siding against me. You would think that maybe I might have some economic or some political pull with them. More scriptoriums to build everywhere. All the roads I have been building have been built. So let's try to go for those maximum scriptoriums. I could queue up a few more around here. Palermo. These guys are gonna revolt eventually. Currently at 17.31 advancement towards Open Revellium. Langian will put. Some of these could have extra. Jeweler's Guild, unprofitable. Intrapani. Fishing village. 1, 2, 3 fishing villages. Brescia's joined the coalition. Brescia with all their allies. Florence is... oh my goodness. They're about to go on the offensive against me at this rate. They got so many people joining up against me. Am I gonna have to worry about a coalition war against me before the noble insurgent rebels even fire? Well, they gotta attack me. A few of these guys have fleets, but I think I'll be okay defensively. There's not too many coastal guys against me right now. I should have vassalized more. Lucas joined the coalition. More maritime states. Just to keep my coast clear. Hey, Toasty. Toasty, don't you dare dip your poo paws into my water. You got your own living room water, Toasty. Hey baby, what's up? You just finished your food, Toasty, so do you want me to put you on my shoulder and burp you? At first it was Perugia, then Perugia and one other. Perugia Mantua. And now I'm getting a bit apprehensive for how many people are getting in on this deal. And what on earth is going on here? Is this all still... Province isn't involved in anything, but I see... I guess that's for fleets. Is this all still the Navarre thing going on here? Movement from the French-Navarrese War. More scriptoriums. More scriptoriums. How many scriptoriums could I build in Napoli before I run out? I think that if I can build in the capital, I should first, because we have maximum control in the capital, which means we'll have maximum pop promotion, maximum profits, maximum tax. We got 2,000 clerics, 2,760. And each scriptorium requires 50. We really are going to become Book Empire here. Clergy wants to get down to 65.7. Across our country, an increase in the formation of commons, shared lands between commoners, has been noted. Of course, the burghers complain that the commons are an outdated method, one less productive than their conversion into enclosures. Anyone who knows me knows which direction I side on the commons versus enclosures thing. The commoners vehemently oppose this idea, citing age-old rights and the importance of the commons to their livelihood. The decision now falls to the state. Should we uphold tradition and allow the commons to flourish, or seek a path forward with the modernization of our agricultural framework? The problem for this here for me is that this is probably going to be centralization versus decentralization. On top of, do I want to lose commoner satisfaction or burger satisfaction when everyone's at a baseline of 50 right now? Uphold the commons. 7, stability, and a push towards traditional economy. And Val di Demina gains bountiful harvest, food production up for 24 whole years. 7, stability, and bountiful harvest for 24 years. Enclosures? As I make the commoners unhappy, I lose stability. We gain minor food production increase, but more cash crop output. Nah, man. Even the game is saying that upholding the commons is better. I can make the economy work with commons for the people. Come on, Renaissance. You can't be hiding forever, baby. 21%. So, even in somewhat more distal areas from my capital, Renaissance is 0-0 there. Down in Calabria, we're in the 20s. 30s in the upper part, 20. I just need these things to grow faster and faster. Hence the need for libraries. Libraries. We're building so many more scriptoriums, but I should be building more libraries again. The scriptoriums are to make more libraries. Cost 50. More libraries. More libraries. Because it seems I could only have one library max, and that's okay. I don't need the libraries concentrated for the institution to concentrate in one area. I need the institution to spread. And so to spread the institution, I need to increase the places with bonuses to spreading. I need these 20s to become high 20s, the high 20s to become 30s. Saffron. Population needs, we got nothing. Food imports. There's always sturdy grains. My people always demand sturdy grains. Pepper, grains, pearls, fruit, fur. Renaissance is the wrong one. But 18.7 and only 2.4 stability for professional armies. We're almost at pop promotion speed plus 10%. And then we'll start working towards docks. Protected harbor building. Naval attrition, harbor capacity up. Early Carracks is a boat that I could definitely use. 40 cannons and 20 hull. It would cost sailors. And so I'll need to build docks everywhere if I want to get my protected harbor. Encourage urbanization cabinet action. Just cabinet action. Trade range, counting house, rag paper. Turning wool into paper. Cheaper navy repair. Better navigation done. Noble to state equilibrium. So the remaining things I could research, docks and Carracks I care about. But not a whole lot of anything else right now really appeals to me, and so I don't want to take the time and effort to research things I don't really care too much for. Renaissance has things I really, really care about. And it's criminal that it's the last one I can get. I gotta work so hard for it. Professional armies, what could you give me? Military tactics, correct stance, gunsmith. My rivals already have access to gunsmith to produce barrels, firearms, lead shot, iron. We got saltpeter. We have iron and saltpeter. We've also got lead. We got lead, iron, and saltpeter. So we could be a decent firearm nation. We could go for gunsmiths, build some gunsmiths up. Some handgunners. We could build a slave center, but we won't. Cannon makers. Men-at-arms, crossbowmen, coastal forts. Local maritime presence. Local maritime presence. I could put a whole bunch of those along my eastern coast and maybe build up some more proximity that way by building up latent maritime presence, even if my guys aren't patrolling. Levy combat efficiency. Supply depots. Recruitment law. Peasant levy size. And progress towards free subjects. Noble army towards aristocracy. Regulated naval service, plutocracy, burgher levy size. We could double prestige from land battles. Reinforcement speed faster. Plated knights. 10% of valid pops raises plated knights. It's 1384. I don't think we need plate as much. We need guns. Drill army. Unit ability. So there are things that would be useful in the professional army section that we could work toward while we wait for Renaissance. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until we run out of... until we get to docks. If we finish docks and we haven't unlocked Renaissance yet, then we'll embrace the professional armies. And then get some more essential research out of the way while we wait for Renaissance. We got more we can do. Let's get... We're never going to not need grains. 0.9 for grains, 0.11 for furs. Books, 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 books. Given that I'm not building libraries, libraries have a small maintenance cost for books, but a big construction cost for books. Since no libraries are being built right now, I don't need all these book imports. Minus, 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 minus tech tips. Get some more pearls in. My people like pearls. That'll make them a little bit less unhappy. Mercury. Some more sturdy grains. Mantua's at minus 96.95 right now. Antagonism 107. Antagonism 154. Parma's got no antagonism, they're just an unhappy vassal. But they're not too unhappy right now. So let's go ahead and cancel improved relations. It's a bit premature, since the improved relations is going to drop once I cancel it. Scriptorium spreads heresy. The Scriptorium in Fulge has made a crucial mistake in copying of some religious texts, implying an interpretation most heretical. If we do not act quickly, these texts could destabilize the trust of our people in the true faith. Stop the spread at any cost? Lose 5 religious influence? Sort itself out inside of time? So, do I want to lose 5 religious influence, which I can't really do anything with right now because there's a schism, and because there's a schism, we can't really vote or start any papal bulls. Or lose stability, my precious currency of stability. Oh well. We'll stop the spread. At a minor cost of dropping some religious influence. Use trade capacity. Oh, more pepper. It's not as expensive, but my folks love it. Not library. We got all these scriptoriums going. So many scriptoriums. So let's do more spread for institutions. Institution doesn't care for this market area, that market area. It just cares about in-country, not in-country. I like how my expected cost of court has gone down, since a couple of kids have grown up who I had given an expensive education to. And now that they're grown up, and their education is no longer being paid for, they don't expect the cost of court to be as high. We're gonna get 20s to 30s, 30s to 100. $34, $24, $47. It's already maxed out in Napoli. It's maxed out here, but we can't embrace it enough in our own capital to get an extra cabinet position. 89%, 85%. 60, Benevento's at 78.79. Bojangles 24. Artie is fully embraced. A CC30. No, CC's fully embraced. It's Spoleto. That's at 47 now. It has spread to 9.29% of our locations. 9.29%. Is it 10% that's bare minimum to embrace it? Because that's so close to 2 digits. Roberto Angio has died at 58. Cabinet member. Heart failure. So who wants to replace him in the cabinet? It has to be somebody of the crown. 50, 52, 26. So if we have somebody with better administrative, there's all the benefits they do, all the bonuses towards their councilor action or the cabinet action. But there's also latent stuff they do too. Crown power, building cost, proximity cost, estate satisfaction, peace offer, negotiation power. So, our daughter Katarina is 50, 69, 67. We can't afford to hire anybody right now, but if we could, Crown Prince Luigi would give 76, 53, 38 for 19% increase of crown power, 7.6 proximity cost and building cost. Let's make some money, then put Luigi in. Max out the mint for a second. That'll give me money to hire. Except the cost to hire is also going off how much money I'm making, not just the inflation. It's not only the inflation that determines the cost. Favorable social mobility, pop promotion higher. There. We're still staying around 6% inflation rate. Make a whole lot of money, drop a whole lot of money. $106? Nuh-uh. Wait till next month. And it'll tick back to a normal one. Bulgarian-Ragusan War. Where's Ragusa? That little guy all the way over there, Republic of Ragusa. Bulgaria, you're bullying him. The only reason I would want to intervene in a rival war is because Bulgaria currently has overlordship. North Muntinia and Northern Epirus. I would like to take Northern Epirus away from them and give it to Albania. We are much stronger than the Bulgarians. I think I should. What allies does Bulgaria have? He's allied to Trebizond, who provides an extra 3,000. And with Venice. He's allied with Venice, is he? Venice with his stronger boats. What I could do... They don't have forts in northern Epirus, do they? They don't. So we could go in, sack down everything in northern Epirus. Bulgaria has a fort on their capital and on their border with Serbia. So we could try to steal northern Epirus away. It's not Crusader Kings, though, so it's not enough to simply occupy this area and then say give it to me. This might not even provide a recognizable amount of war score. So what I would have to do is occupy it, and then sit in Bulgaria's capital for a bit, city of Tarnovo. I think that will do just that. Albania would benefit from it. They have their capital city there. Huh. Our places aren't very literate. Even in my capital. 10s, 14s, 13. We gotta improve literacy in a big way. No wonder Renaissance hasn't come on down. They got some pretty horrible pockmarks of illiteracy in northern Italy. It's mostly the Pope's lands and around that has higher literacy. That's my vassal down there. My vassal doesn't have a lot of land, but they get some pretty good money that they could reinvest into themselves. Prosperity. I got so little prosperity. Development. Lots of places are better, but I'd say we're about on par with the rest of the world, with most of our contemporaries. They haven't got a lot of development here. Their prosperity is alright. They're definitely better in Albania than in Epirus. But I'm sure they'll benefit. They got a tax rate of 19.84. They'll get more population if we include them over. Not as much tax. Orthodox Greeks to be controlled by Catholic Albanians. They'll make it work out. I think this might be a fun little diversion, instead of staring at the map waiting for stuff to build. Let's do it. Let's intervene in the Bulgarian-Ragusan War. Against Bulgaria, Northern Epirus, and North Muntenia. Raise all my levies, all my fleet levies. I don't think Venice has been called in yet. I do know they got better boats than I do. And they are allied with Bulgaria. if they get called into war, I want to consolidate all my Mediterranean galleys here. Load onto boats. Embark. Woof woof. Embark. And what's your army's like? 6,000. $1,500. So really, just this much and that much could be enough. We don't need the whole entire army of Sicily here. We could pick up some extra guys. And drop the rest. And then we won't need as much for the fleet levies either. So we'll go ahead, let those guys go home. Forgot to move these guys down, didn't I? Come on over. You guys can enjoy your vacation forever here. August, let's go ahead and appoint cabinet member. Where's my little boy? That's not my Luigi, is it? Brother-in-law? Crown Prince Luigi with a 76 diplomacy. It's like, there's no way my Luigi's 60. I'm not even 60 yet. So, if you were to make our little girl head of cabinet, costs a lot of money, should be cabinet member for life, efficiency higher, is basically it. How do we keep dropping crown power? High legitimacy +8, centralization 2.6. Our centralization's already in the positives. Royal court 10, autocracy 10, favor the ruler 20. Administrative ability 9.25. Caterina Angio in cabinet +12.5. Crown Prince Luigi in cabinet 12.5. So why is it as low as it is? Parliament base support 14.06. Ah. So I was calculating it wrong then. Part of it was coming from the power of the estate that I choose to favor in the Senato, or whose agenda we choose to support, and the other bit of the equation is how much crown power I have. 50, 51, 50. Buying food's getting lower and lower. Buildings would be nice. 41 marketplaces. Why marketplaces? Because cloth, jewelry, paper, and beeswax is getting too expensive. Beeswax, paper, jewelry, and cloth. We could make buildings to accommodate these. We got beeswax that we produce in RGOs. Paper makers, I'm surprised. Paper is as expensive as it is because we have so much paper to provide for our... What is it? Our scriptoriums? Cloth we could make, jewelry could probably make. So we start making more of those, and our markets will become more powerful. Who's going to lead? Capitano Avellino Bianchi. Siege ability phenomenal? Yeah, this guy's the whole package. And military tactics up. Is he single? Cause we are currently a widow. Capitano Bianchi is not an option. Venice doesn't have the red squiggle around it, so Venice is not yet in this war. So let's go take over Epirus. Northern type. Could I land here? It'll be quicker to land here than march over, than just slowly disembark from boat. And because they have no forts here, they have a Senato in session right now. Can be interrupted by occupying the location. Oh no. Split them in half. Battle we won. This very exciting war music. Ships are repairing slowly because of a lack of lumber. That's okay. That's alright. We're slowly getting more laborers into our lumber producing areas. Very, very slowly. 5 and 10 years to fill them out to max. Oh, there we go. They heard me mocking them for not having a lot of music. And now they pulled out the hottest track of the soundtrack. Oh, that's Venice. Wrong place. So let's build some... We could do cloth, we could do jewelry, right? Potter's Guild makes pot. Come back. And pottery, demand, transport costs, sources. So there's a demand for it in the Brewery, Distillers Guild, and Saltpeter's Guild. Then how come they're unprofitable? Papermakers Guild would be very profitable. We could drop the price down there. Tailor's Guild turns cloth into fine cloth. But I think we should focus on turning wool into cloth to drop the price of cloth from my marketplaces. So let's get more spinners here. What's the cost? 35? We got plenty of masonry. Available burgers, 8.97. And requires 200 burgers. There's one. We've already got so much war score here. I think what I'll do... Who are we helping out? I don't even know who I'm helping out here. This war is for the sake of Ragusa, right? Ragusa is so lucky. They went from them by themselves against Bulgaria, Northern Epirus, North Mutenia, to all of us helping them out. Ragusa? Ragusa, you control Dubrovnik? You are so lucky that I'm in a helpful mood today. I'll drop my smaller stack onto Dubrovnik, and there'll be defense in case Bulgaria decides to march on over. And then I'll send my other group to seize their capital. We're getting some pretty good war score here already. From some really minor nothingness battles, occupation. So, what I would want to do is just take them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Suffer a base antagonism of 12.66. This gives me a little bit more antagonism with the people who are either in a coalition against me or might want to be. 8 countries will have enough antagonism to join a coalition. Joy. But since what I want to do is take Northern Epirus and give it to Albania, is there a way to cut out the middleman and say, as part of the peace treaty, give this to my vassal? Release Northern Epirus. Dismantle forts. Other treaties. Land treaties. So we could just take. But I don't want to just take, I want to give. I don't think there is a mechanism to directly give to one of my vassals. We could offer tribute. I could promise not to build in them. They do not desire anything more plus 50. They want something else minus 100. Oh, X's is we don't care about this. Check mark is, oh, we would love that. To annul all treaties with Hungary. To pay war reparations. They're neutral on releasing places. They don't care about dismantling forts. They wouldn't mind humiliating us. So we could have them humiliate us in exchange for land. No? Okay, we can't do both, it looks like. It'd be funny if we could mix and match like that, wouldn't it? We really want... I mean, I think that should be allowed. Do you think that should be allowed, or would that be too gamey to say, we really want this piece of land, but the war has been hard on both of us, so we're demanding all this. And in exchange, we will concede releasing certain treaties, being denied XYZ. I can see how it might be too gamey to allow, since if I... At the small cost of 20 prestige, I get an instant 79 acceptance. $79 acceptance to absorb the 43. But I could also see situations where you might want to go back and forth in the negotiations. That's what makes it negotiations, after all. Let me see. If I go to Ascoli for reference, and I say, hey Ascoli, hey vassal of mine, return land. Though I don't have a way to give you land right now. Siege territory. Huh. But if I were to give land to Albania, would that drop some of my antagonism, or would it not matter? Because I'm giving land from directly to me, but as an appendage. Oh, there's Bulgaria's armies. Slowly marching up this way. That's 6,000 from Albania. Not from Albania, from Bulgaria. Venice still not in war. It's only 3,000. 3,000. Let's get these guys back. They probably want to unsiege here, but they don't see me. Hidden from adjacent sea zones, because we're up in the mountains. They're going for my guys over there. Let's take them on. They're just gonna sit and try to occupy my vassals. And now they're running away. They go into Salona. While that's going on, let's make some more cloth makers. Spinners, was it? Spinners Guild? Cost 36, so... Available burgers. They got double what we need. Available burgers. Almost exactly as many burgers as we need. They got 24,000 peasants, but so few burgers. Where are they going? We'll arrive in Salona. Okay, I'm confused, because this looks like this whole gaggle's in Salona. In Salona. We'll arrive in Loidoriki. Oh. It's doing the weird thing where it shows us at the destination and not where we are. Goofy game sometimes. But where's the rest of the Bulgarian army? They're probably coming up here. They're on the retreat, so who knows where they're going to go? I don't. $1,000 dudes they got marching along there. I can't tell it's the same army, though. There should probably be some indicator to see which armies are on the retreat and which ones aren't. Alright, the Bulgaria, we got 19% war score. Minus 31. Months at war, defended against sieges. We negotiate only for ourselves, currently. They know I'm coming. Clergy mobilizes population. For many years, our policies have motivated a large majority of the population to dutifully attend the expected religious ceremonies. The clergy has showed its thanks for our supportive policy, by in turn making supportive comments about our government. Cool. 12! Whole stability. And 10% estate satisfaction for the clergy. Okay, I'm going to transform that stability into professional armies. It's almost fully gained, and I mean, I'm at a 0.01 increase for stability. So I'm not draining any. I was thinking that stability is a thing that likes to drain away, and so if I don't use it, I lose it. We're currently alright, we're not going to drain anytime soon. There's 1,000 Bulgarians. They're really desperate to get any amount of armies after I've gutted them. 20% war score. Evidently, occupying the lands that I want and kicking their ass isn't enough. So I guess I'll go down and start occupying more of them. Would be a good avenue of approach if we go from here to Rhodopes, Sliven, and then their capital. They might start feeling the pinch if we directly occupy more of their own home territories. So maybe I'll do just that. Oh, they've come back. They want to get their ass kicked some more. They were barely harming them. Money, 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 money. Where's my Jeweler's Guild? Jeweler's Guild would be profitable. And part of the unprofitability of my markets, not my, yeah, my markets, in the market. Weaponsmith is unprofitable. Potter's Guild, breweries, no burgers employed is a problem with them. Well, would you look at that? Markets are no longer among the unprofitable. Tunis, weaponsmith, potters, fishing villages. 0% due to a lack of ivory. Ivory. Market access Arctic fishing villages. Really? Fishing villages require ivory. I just see tools over here. We don't... You're going for ivory when tools are good enough. Nah. Using Arctic fishing no. Why? You do see how that's a dum-dum, don't you? They could be using regular tools, and what they're doing is they want to craft hooks out of ivory instead. So, the trouble isn't they lack ivory. That'd be stupid. Fishing village in Siaka. Don't be stupid. Use tools. We might not have as many tools, but we don't have any ivory. We have tools. Tool stockpile. There's a current 947.5 stockpile. And they want to carve ivory hooks. Who's in charge of this village? Apothecary wants wild game. Or ivory. Genoa Market has a stockpile of 0. Wild game's okay. If we just had it absorbed into us, then... Because it's only one place here, right? Our Genoa Market is just a CC and a CC alone. So they're kind of cut off from everybody else. As we get roads out and control out, we'll probably start pulling it back into our market, and then they'll have so much wild game. Knew they'd be coming back. There's no castles here, so while it's super quick to siege, it's even quicker to unsiege. Oh. They had some actual boats, so we lost ours. Oh well. We haven't lost the army though, they just go home. 12,000 waiting to be or 9,000 waiting to be re-raised. Well, that's fine by me then. That cuts my army expenses in half. Oh, but we lost so much war score there, though. That was enough to lose a whole lot of war score. But their armies keep wanting to come this way, because they can't just go through Hungary. So, you know, we got them blocked anyway. The longer this goes on, we'll get ticking war score, we'll get kicking their asses constantly war score. And I'm spitting on my screen. Army traditions from losing. The erosion of our faith, caused by the Western Schism, has cut deep into the trust of the people of Caserta. Into this vacuum of trust and stability has come Atsu Bruno, with his sermons of heresy and accusations of corruption. The last time we had this, the guy who was accusing corruption and heresy was himself an embezzler. This man has a silver tongue. He comes with a silver tongue to preach at us. He claims to be a true Catholic. His lectures have encouraged some in Caserta to turn to dangerous ideas, and we might want to act swiftly to not let this heresy spread further. Lose stability, and a lot of our people become Cathar or Waldenesian. Or we cannot allow him to continue. He dies, and we gain more towards traditionalist. Traditionalist in which sense? Traditional versus innovative, not traditional versus capital. Doing our part to keep Ragusa independent. So Genoa is missing wild game. Pops with needs, rebel movements. I don't see the noble insurgents. Nobility insurgents 80.56% progress. They're up to 0.41% each month growth. Ugh. Ah. The Pope has got maximum opinion. Will cancel improve opinion on them. And now, how could I see who all is in the coalition against me? Casus Belli target. Coalition. We got Mantua, we're trying to beg to leave. Bardi, who cares? Luca is interesting. Perugia. Pavia. Florence. Do I care so much about Florence? They have a lot of guys individually. Like if I go left to right on this. 4,000. Alone, who cares? But 4,000 plus 3,000. Plus 3,600. Plus 3,000 again. 2,400. 1,900, that's nothing, that's one fight. Plus 500, that's nothing. Oh shit! Bardi! The Bank of Bardi. There's a bank in the coalition against me. We got a building-based country here. Let's try to get Brescia out. Improve opinion with them. Why is this at 4 now? Estate power. Lack of pop need, local unrest. So estate power. Base value of every country and estate power. Because they've been gaining more power on me somehow. Number of nobles, aristocracy, royal marriage right, land rights. Estate power and nobility above 25% gives maximum tax down, but they do get better levy combat efficiency. Captain Isnardo is in command, gives an extra 3.33. Every single command gives additional power to them. Oh shit, they're back up to 8. Senato is possible. We could maybe beg for a Casus Belli. The coalition is an offensive thing. These guys could choose to attack me. We could ask the Senato for a Casus Belli. Oh, look at how gross. France has taken a significant chunk out of Rome, out of the Papal States. We have Aragon here, France over there. Bohemia peppered throughout the north. We got some colonization going on in Italy. You see what happens, Pope, when you end up getting involved in everybody else's wars? You're embarrassing us, man. Embarrassing us here. Perugia. Coalition of Two Sicilies. It has a whole panel there. The coalition is slightly weaker. Only slightly. A coalition cannot exist without its leader. If the leading country chooses to leave, the coalition will immediately dissolve. So, the only person I should be... Well, thanks for telling me that now. The only person I should be trying to raise opinion on is Perugia, then. Unless I want to go to war in Perugia. They have a whole lot of allies. Brescia, Ferrara, Mantua, Lucca. So basically, the coalition. Bologna is none of the HRE. Achelian-Bamberger War is currently ongoing. They're rivals of Verona and Milan. They have subjects. Volterra, Como, and Finale. Now here's an interesting thing. When I took over Sicily, I was very happy just to take over Sicily. But when we took them over, and Sicily ceased to exist, we inherited their vassals in Greece. So my thinking, if I get a claim on Bologna, and I take the entirety of Bologna, would all of their vassals become my vassals? They have allies in Austria, Brescia, Pavia, Bamberg, and Lucca. Alone, they're no match for us, but they got a whole bunch of other guys. Austria would bring in 12,000. Potentially. They have artillery, they have Hofnis already. Bamberg has 2,000. They've also got Hofnis. I need some cannon if I want to actually do some sieges, I'm guessing. Pavia brings in 3,000. They just have infantry and cavalry. Brescia. We know Brescia is a surprise power. 4,000 they could add to the power base. And then Austria's 12,000 with their artillery. Hungary is right across the border from Austria. So, if we were to attack Bologna, we could call in Hungary. And Hungary will say, yeah, sure, why not? And so Hungary could keep the Austrians busy. So I think Bologna could actually be a wise choice to go through. So we'll set Perugia to improve relations. They're only at minus 26.4 of their current opinion. And their antagonism we could drop by 110. They're only suffering from 37 antagonism, 37 times 4. So Senato, I think we will try to get the dubious Casus Belli on Bologna then. Senato in Napoli. Promote integration process. I like that. That's already giving us 37%. It's for a thing that I definitely want. Speed of integration plus 20% for the duration of the Senato. And then if it passes, we get 20% progress. town of Palestrina. So just here would get better integrated. But just there even. I can't put it up now, but just there even has people upset with me. So yeah. Senato in my capital. Pop satisfaction is all the way down. And they are contributing to my noble insurgents. So we're at 52.18% support already. We could ask for the Casus Belli. Grant privileges to the church. Expansionist zealotry. Cheaper wars on different religion. And monthly progress towards belligerent. You know what? I like that. Because belligerent right now has more benefits over conciliatory. We're also gaining 0.3 towards belligerent anyway. We're at war gives 0.1. Martial Society 0.1. Larger than expected army 0.1. Conciliatory makes Casus Belli slower. Gains more antagonism when taking land. Belligerent. When we're belligerent, we get only half antagonism at maximum from taking land. People don't care as much. Casus Belli is cheaper to make. Spy network is cheaper to construct. It feels to me like the benefits of belligerence far outweigh that of conciliatory. So grant privileges would bring up to 25%, not 20, yeah, roughly 25%. Focus on land to lose navy tradition. And then capital economy, lose stability, and build towards capital economy is nothing. Now the rough part is that we are going to get nobility very unhappy. Oh well. Who should we fabricate Casus Belli on? Bologna? It's very ambitious, giving us the option to fabricate Casus Belli all over here. Nah. Kingdom of Bohemia. No. Republic of Bologna. Urbino, Cesena, Bologna. We gotta go for the whole hog. Lost support in the Senato, but I do like what the Senato's going for. So, let's focus on the land. Contain professional armies. Grant privileges. Plus 20% power for the clergy. The clergy will actually get an appreciable amount of power. Has to be done. And then only one more thing will do. Demand for new monastery. Do I care about a monastery? Local max literacy for clergy. Food consumption for clergy up. Pop conversion speed. Nah. Change societal value by 5 towards capital economy. Currently 77 towards traditional, and changing 0.09 towards traditional. I think I'll contain professional armies. 2 places loses 10% toward. But there's already so much professional army in me that it's super cheap to just embrace it anyway. Lose 2.5 stability to do a whole lot of nothing else, or lose 2.49 stability to embrace professional army anyway. And since these guys are at 1.2 now, they don't mind if I raise their tax, right? It'll still stay at 1.2. And same with the burgers. They want to build towards 4.3. They're at 4.5. Oh. The nobility are building towards 4.7. And they're at 4.4. Monthly change of 1, so it's still nice. Monthly research progress. Clergy is good for that. Trade advantage. Food production, stability investment costs with the commoners. 41 marketplaces. See, but I went here to unprofitable buildings. Market village. See, it's not showing unprofitable markets, market villages, weaponsmiths, farming villages. But then I go here, and 41 marketplaces are not profitable. Demand for cloth is at 10 because of all these things that want it. For jewelry is at 5, so the demand's not too high for the jewels. Jewels are okay. Paper is at 10, so lots of things demand paper. Honey demand is 5. So paper and cloth, I have to build more if I want to meet that demand and get things profitable again. Spinners Guild. $500 burgers. I got 500 burgers and 580. So they've already given us the Casus Belli right away. You can get the Casus Belli as early as day 1. You ask for it, they say sure, why not? Who's Siena going to war against right now? Aragonese-Sienese war. Could I set Aragon as a rival? Because I don't rather want Aragon to get involved and take up more of Italy. How could I set my current rivals? Create subjects, organizations, rivals. Could I unselect a rival? We cannot replace a rival when at war. It costs 25 stability to remove a rival. Man! Unprofitable trades, books from Oslo. We can get more pepper. Slowly try to get my people a bit happier. Give me a little bit of that pepper. Give me a little bit of that salt. Never enough sturdy grains. Just gonna put that away. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Improving opinions of the negative, negative, negative. But Perugia is at only negative 16.95. Mantua only 31. Brescia still 144. Get some more spinners in here. Got a lot of unemployed burgers down there. Oh, they got boats going! Where's my fleet levies? 0 of 0. 24 from Terra di Lavoro. Where's just raise levies? Where's my levy raiser? Fort. Raise levies, left click. Select a location. 5 fishing boats. 24 fishing boats. And they've only got 3 boats here. A traditional and a Mediterranean galley against... Oh, we got this. Against just a few transports. They're running away, the cowards! Already had their ass handed to them. Just one boat, one Ragusan boat was enough. About to patrol the waters. $2.49. Even after stymieing professional armies, there's no halting its progress. Minus 71. Current war enthusiasm. So even at base, it's minus 32. They're enthusiastic somehow, even though we've been killing all their armies. We're losing our war exhaustion, because we are quite happy with the status quo as is. I don't think I even need as many armies as I got here. 4,000. All these spinner guilds better be enough. Oh, they got 2,000 coming up. Okay, we'll put these fleets together. Because it seems like they're giving up on this area. Are they going to try to march over the mountains to get here? Is that more boat I saw? I do believe that's more boat that I saw. We got 7 boats here. They got no chance. In fact, let's go ahead and detach levies and try to meet them directly using only our galleys and 1 cog. Zero casualties. 2 casualties of theirs. No, they got 3 left afterwards. Oh, there we go, down to 1. You sure you've got your war enthusiasm high still? 7.8, 31. Current war enthusiasm plus 17. How long have you been at war for? Because you're not getting the penalty where you have to wait a year before. Need at least 10 war score versus Bulgaria. I've only got 9. I assume it'll tick with time. Maybe we should send a group over and start taking over, like we wanted to before. We've got an escort with our transport ships now. And believe me, it's super expensive. You don't often find girls willing to play with the boat. Can we drop him here and march over? We cannot. So we'll get to Sozopol. Killed more of their boats again. -1 officially. %, only. There we go, 9.15. How am I wobbling around on war score so much when I'm kicking their ass so much? -27. They're losing more and more enthusiasm. Coalition disbanded. We've improved their relation enough with Perugia that there's no more coalition against me. Now it's been 6 hours of stream and I hear somebody home, so let me very quickly take a BRB here. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, let's get back into this. We made landfall. And all I gotta do is put a bit more war score and get... They have some unprotected cities here. So that's what I should focus on. Forget the rural areas, right? We're also starving, but we can't leave. So we don't always have the ability to just take what we want from them. Let's go straight for the cities. We'll siege it down, then harvest them for food. Sonato support still looking good.
Vincent.
51%, 34. Slowly but surely. What you looking at me?
I think your mom would like these.
Of course. She probably won't eat them though, at least not a whole lot, but she'd appreciate it.
You
I
think
cut
she
it-
would like this?
Maybe?
The holiday charcuterie board.
There. Occupation finished, 2nd of October. And then maximized out food. 10% war score. Let's take Sleven next. We'll take this triangle here. I don't want to take their land away, but I do want to make them unhappy enough that they'll acquiesce on letting Epirus go to me. And maybe they'll be even less enthusiastic if I start sieging down their capital. Don't even have to fully occupy it.
Manager, I got these matching pajama pants for.
Uh-huh.
Turns out she was working today and she said that she liked them and that she almost got a pair, but she decided on a different pair, which means
That
she
you won't
doesn't
be a
have the
double
one
up
that I got
gift.
her. Which means she doesn't have the one that I got her.
Good job.
And I'm sure that she'll still like it because she likes them.
Oh, the war is coming in. They're going to want 2-1 siege, which means we're going to fight them. And that's going to give us more war score and them less enthusiasm. They're not going to stop on down? They're not going to stop on down. I thought for sure that they were going to try to undo it. Promote integration progress. Increase by 20. So up to 32 and 26% integration there and there. Ah, that's why, because they have all of them coming down there. We don't have... $93 and $74. We'll give the burgers a bit extra here. Or should we give it to Andrew Robert? We got good crown power already. Let's squeeze a bit more. And he'll be available when? I should hover over and have it say 20 December? 20 December! Okay, so we won't be relying on his command anyway. $4,000. I'm assuming that's basically all their armies here right now. It's alright, we still got the numbers. 600 of ours lost to kill 1,000 more of theirs. And little Robert became a battlefield medic, just like his cousin, uncle? Which Robert is this? I got a couple of Roberts. Not his little boy, because that Roberto was still a baby. Only 11 years of age. Literally an infant. Some other nephew or something then. %. All they have to do is give me what I want. And I will happily leave them alone. I don't even want their territory. I want Northern Epirus. We're so well fed off these Bulgarian farms. -13. Defending against sieges is +2. Months at war, war score, war enthusiasm is suffering. They hate us. We hate them. Like good stability, good war, or good legitimacy. Where would I see their war exhaustion? Just hold on them? There's no mutual trust. Really, should I send boats out? I don't think so. Their poor gutted army, trying to make some progress on me. And then to occupy their capital. If I occupy their capital, how could they possibly allow this war to continue? We got full occupation on Northern Epirus. We've kicked their army's ass and their navy ass how many times? And now we're occupying 3 of their cities and some surrounding countryside with our army marching straight for Tarnovo. All you have to do is say yes, Bulgaria. Is Northern Epirus really worth it? -4. They'll definitely say yes once they have Neapolitans surrounding their capital city. Now it's a +2. They were willing to let Northern Epirus bite it. They were willing to allow their closest cities or their countryside to fall under my occupation. But now that the war is at their front door, all I want is Northern Epirus. All you have to say is yes. And now, I'll give this over to Albania. Cede province. Oh, I can give... No, that's mine. Just Northern Epirus. And then Southern Epirus. It's a good amount of population, but as population, I don't want to bother managing right now. I'll leave it up to them. I have enough rebels between burgher insurgents, nobility insurgents getting pretty high. They're getting so high you'd think I was dating them. Detached levies. Levies go home. Legitimacy is down to 79 right now and dropping. Hey, Hordian! You had a job interview for an international position. Now that does sound exciting. Were they going to make you the part of the consulate towards Palau? Mildly good news? It sounds pretty exciting news to me either way. 95 months. I'm going to keep watching the pot boil. 46%, 46%, 52%, 52%. 40, 25, not unexpected. 39, 32. Even way out here as 0. 0. 0. 34%? So the plan for building libraries everywhere is actually working. Do I live in Palau or just from Palau? From Palau. I was born in Guam and raised in Saipan, which are both in the Mariana Islands. Though right now they're split between Guam and CNMI. But my family's from Palau. So northern Epirus we got. Epirus, I think, is still under the Byzantines, right? Hordian, you've forgotten. I'm in sunny, currently chilly California, but in the good half of it. Country of Epirus. Subject of Byzantium, so I haven't forgotten that. Byzantium were stronger than, but not significantly. They've also got only 3 boats. Mediterranean galleys. But they have allies. They have ally with Serbia and Trebizond. Trebizond is 8,000. Serbia 11. So Byzantines themselves are pushovers. We could always call Kingdom of Hungary to keep Serbia busy. It's alright, Hordian. It doesn't come up all that often, I'm sure. Like, not even sarcastic saying that. I don't expect, like, full memorization on the Guinea lore or anything like that. And I do like to keep a little bit cagey about certain real-life deets. So, you know, I can't blame you too much for me being cagey. Where's my constructions? Spinners Guild's bidding so much. Since my markets, apparently, my market buildings themselves aren't as profitable as they should be. 41 marketplaces. Marketplaces! My trade capacity, trade advantage, pop assimilation. 41 of them are losing me a combined 3.82 gold a month. No, 3.66. 41 of them are. The marketplace in Napoli, costing worst of all. So, cloth has a lot of demand. But we have a stockpile of 447. We have a lot of cloth. We're storing a lot of cloth. But my marketplaces are still considered unprofitable. They have full burgers, so it's not a case of They don't have employees in it, so it's working at limited capacity. Jewels. Demand is 6.57, or demand is 5 in general. Jewelry in Napoli. Balance of jewelry. We have supply that is double the demand. And paper's the same. Well, supply and demand for paper is an equal balance. We do have a stockpile. So maybe it's paper that's causing the marketplaces to be less profitable then. We have a stockpile. They're importing. And the balance isn't positive for beeswax. So I think it's papers then. I think the marketplaces are starting to lose their profitability because they depend on paper. And we've built so many libraries and so many scriptoriums that both rely on paper. Johnny Cagey, nah. I can't do the splits. So paper again. We're making all of our cash with scriptoriums, with paper mills. Look at that profit for paper mill for how much paper is needed. Requires, let's see, 200 burgers, and we got 445 left in Napoli. Burgers, available burgers in Salerno was 141. So we're actually running short on burgers a little. Benevento has plenty of burgers. $83.81 for the Noble Insurgents. We have Integration Spoleto rising up to 33.22%. Integration Campagna's at 27.41%. And now I've also got 5 years of a Casus Belli on Bologna. Bologna has 2 forts, in Cesena and Bologna itself. I want to fully take over Bologna. That'd be the goal, because Bologna has a few vassals around, and I'm thinking, if we fully take it over and absorb it, then maybe we'll do like we did with Sicily, when we fully took over Sicily, and Sicily ceased to exist. We inherited their vassals here. So maybe if I fully absorb Bologna, then the same would happen. We consume Bologna, we consume their children. Navy attrition, they're just coming home, don't worry about it. Unused trade capacity. Food imports, it could get more sturdy grains because everyone's always going to need sturdy grains. Could go for profit, could export for profit. My wool that I have so much of. Then we'll set the mission for this fleet to patrol. Your hair is currently at just the right size, or it looks like a mane. Very nice, Hordian. I used to wear my hair like that as a teenager. And as a teenager, I thought this is so cool. I look like some kind of pirate. I look like some kind of buccaneer, some kind of musketeer. In my head, for everyone else, they saw my curly mane and thought, is this some drug dealer? Some VTuber, someone with VT in their profile name, followed you on Twitter, DMing you, you're expecting a scam. Oh, Hordian, I know for a fact it's a scam. Maybe they do want to be friends, but I found that on like on Blue Sky especially, some people think they could get their commissions by simply going to a popular artist and following every single person who liked their arts. That's not exactly how it works. I've had an even weirder one last night. For some reason, the previous Europa Universalis stream got a huge influx of artist scammers. Which I hope that they aren't like spamming everybody else in the Discord, because what they've been doing is they join the Discord and then they DM going, "Hey, could I ask you something? Hey, could I ask you something?" Apparently a random stranger joining Discord day one and like all 5 of them asking the exact same, "Hey, could I ask you something?" It's supposed to be subtle. And then one person sent me a friend request. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. The timing, I know it's a scammer. Now, I don't know the VTuber Fleshy, but random ad on Discord for someone claiming to be such a person. "Hey man, do you stream on PC or console?" Already a red flag because if some random person is adding you, asking about the streaming stuff, it's usually to segue into, "I can make you some graphic designs, some stream elements." Now, either a random VTuber with several thousands of followers who just made partner is really just reaching out to arbitrary random people to help them out, or, it's not the first time somebody's tried to add me to be like, "Hey, I'm this super popular Twitch partner. Let's collab." Super popular Twitch partner and random person I've never interacted with before in my entire life. And so towards the end, I was like, you know what? I'm being too harsh with you. I'm gonna believe you, but my Discord is for like friendly good times. So why don't you whisper me on Blue Sky, or send me an invite to your Discord server, and we can keep on talking about this. And they're like, "Well, fine, be that way if you don't want my help." Because if somebody's going to add me and claim to be somebody else, of course I'm going to look into who this other person is, right? Like I said, I don't know Fleshy, but they have an online presence because they made Twitch partner. And I was like, should I tell this person that someone's trying to pretend to be them for some uncertain purpose? Oh, damn, they're on Blue Sky, but they got whispers off? Well, there we go. Alright, you want to talk business? Then just message me on Blue Sky. They're not, then very clearly it's not that person. I don't know. I don't see the point of casting these wide nets with this amount of complexity. I could understand it for the bots, because for the bots, somebody's gonna say yes eventually, I'm sure. But you don't gotta put the effort in trying to do it. Cold soliciting, adding random people. I don't see the purpose to that. That's way too much effort for so little output. And they can't even keep their story straight, Like, partway through, they're like, "Hey, so do you stream? What channel are you on?" It's in my profile. And then later on, "No, you just seem really cool. I like your vibe. I want to help you." Then why did you ask if I stream and what channel it's on? You would have known that then. They asked if you stream. Oh, there you go, Hordian. Maybe it's a fan. Foreign merchants increasingly outcompeting our own in the kingdom's ports, flooding our markets with cheap goods produced elsewhere, making it difficult for our merchants to make a living. Come before Queen Giovanni Angio to propose a new tariff on foreign goods, help protect them from competition abroad. Thankfully, there's not too much actual economic disadvantage to doing these tariffs or not. Societal value towards traditional economy, I think I cap out at 77. So basically it's maintain the status quo to gain 10 burger estate satisfaction, or no new tariffs, to put a blip against traditional economy at the cost of 10 estate satisfaction? Nah. The burgers want the tariff, give them a tariff. Nobility have lost their whole integer gain, so let's drop their tax. Hey, inflation's down to 4.19. There, towards 0.5. Clergy wants to be as high as 71. Whew. Burghers to 50, commoners to 50. Val di Mazzara, even with cheaper food purchases, all the way up to 71. This tip of Sicily just refuses. We got so many peasants. Marketplace. Paper makers, jewelers. Wharf isn't fishing. Naval supplies. Apothecaries, medicines can't help their starvation though. Turn fruits to wine. Distillers to make booze. We can't give them fishing villages. We can't give them food capacity up with the granary. But it's not food making. I think that if I was able to get them into my marketplace, they wouldn't starve as much, but they currently fall into the Tunis market. So maybe I should build more marketplaces here? Production in Tunis market. If we build marketplaces, we get trade advantage +1, burger trade capacity. But there'll also be a need of paper, cloth, beeswax, and if they're deficient in those, then they might end up just being another disadvantaged building like ours here. But why don't I? No peasants employed in fishing villages. You see that? They got 2 fishing villages, but they're not employing people to them. They wouldn't be buying food if they just employed people at the fishing villages. Tool Guild might help. I think the problem with the fishing village here, their choices are to use tools or carve ivory for their fishing needs. I'm pretty sure they have salt. So if we just made them more tools in Tunis market is so much. But perhaps if I made more, then they'll be able to fish more. Just to check real quick, the Toolmakers Guild here. Production efficiency -0.09. They're hiring as many people as they can. Potential profits of 0.49. So the Toolmaker Guilds are making money. Weaponsmith, not so much, but the tools are. So I could either build more markets to try to pull them into my influence and give them more access to my resources. Or I could build them tool makers for their fishing villages to get more tools. Let's try doing markets first. We've already got 2 here, 3 there, and we're not getting enough pull as is. So let's do 2 guilds. Cost to build is 35. Get some more tools in here. What am I, McDonald's? No, they're up there. There's a McDonald's. Over in, Naples and the two Sicilies, you'd be more like, Miga di Alios. We researched the dock. Docks unlocked. Docks would give us 16 sailors a month. 16 sailors. It'll ask for more tar, more navy supplies, more tools, more lumber. Is that it for my researches for now? I think it is. I think we don't have anything else queued up. So since we have nothing else queued up, and we still don't have access to Renaissance, 28%, 37%, 54, 77. We got full integration here of the Institution of Renaissance. There's just not enough in my country to choose to embrace it like this with a button press. But we have to research stuff. And there are very few things in the current research trees that I care about. So let's go ahead. Let's get professional armies for now unlocked. Embrace the institution. Only 97.46% of our population's been exposed to it. Need 20% exposed to a thing to embrace it. Renaissance. It currently costs 560 and 65.89 stability to embrace. It has spread to 20.38% of our locations. So we can embrace it. We can. If we had 560.69 gold and 65.89 stability. Well, what do I want to professional armies? Since we gotta wait a bit further for Renaissance. We gotta go through professional armies first, get cheaper maintenance. And which branch do I want to go down first? Gunpowder? To get us gunsmiths? And then we can make gunsmith cats? And then cannons to make Hofnis? We would need to produce cannons. And we would need copper and tin. Handgunners. We would have to start making firearms. Firearms. Iron and tools would give one whole firearm. Copper and tin and some tools gives firearms. Wood and iron and tools give part of a firearm. We have plenty of iron. So we could just do iron and tools to make firearms. And if we have more demand for tools, then it becomes more economically incentivized to make tools. The year right now, Hordian, is 1386, so we might not be talking modern rifles, but we definitely have the era of early firearms. If we go organized recruitment, we could do recruitment speed, drill army, armory. Is monthly manpower and can recruit from here. To unlock men-at-arms. Men and arms levies. Men-at-Arms regular regiments. Heavy melee infantry who can break through enemy formations. Coastal forts would be nice. It would take firearms and cannons, so there's no point trying to go for coastal forts until I have a source of cannons and firearms. You thought this was medieval? I mean, it starts off in the year 1337, so right before the Black Death sweeps through Europe and right before the Renaissance. So it's about the time when firearms start becoming more prevalent. Recruitment law? There's laws over in the Renaissance tree that I really want, but that's in the Renaissance tree. Okay, so I think what we'll do then. Military tactics to queue up after that. And then gunsmith. And from gunsmith to cannon makers. Because at the very least we'll have an economy going with it. A new type of gunpowder-filled weapon that fires deadly lead shells. Have to be fully protected as their handgunners are very slow to reload. I want to get the cannon. I bet this cannon... Sieges take so long. If I had cannons... Flanking ability, initiative, frontage... Combat power, combat speed, bombard efficiency. Have a chance to fire during the bombard phase. Now, I don't know the meta for producing standing armies with specific compositions of what units you want and what combinations in your frontage, in your rear, on which flank. But I'm not gonna fall behind on tech. Cost of court, fort maintenance, navy maintenance. Money's getting a little bit higher up, but that's just compared to this time last year. Nobles keep being more and more disgruntled, so we keep having to lower more and more tax. How do we compare? 30% power for me, 36 power for them. We get a bit more money at the Tunisian market, which is pretty nice, because they're harvesting all of my stuff for my profit. Or to my profit. Good to peek over to rebels. 85%! I think we might have to fight a noble civil war before we go against Bologna, because I'm pretty sure that at point 4, the noble insurgents are going to fill up before the integration in Spoleto and Campania finishes. Be happy, joy, joy for me. Hey, the Pope's actually got more support on their side than Paris does. $94 until council vote, $89 for Paris vote. What's the speed of the progress for that? Because I want to see what one of these councils actually end up doing. The progress, the progress. Support to the different cardinals grows each month by 1, and certain actions increase it further. My prestige getting so far low, what's wrong with it? Western Schism drops 0.05, prestige decay. At as much prestige as I have, I guess a latent prestige decay is too strong for me. Pisa dislikes me, we can't have that, we fed them so much land. Improve opinion by 220. Oh, would you look at that? Siena was being attacked by Aragon, and they've gone and taken over the Aragonese land in Italy. You want help with this, Aragon, or are you happy to lose? Minus 11. I don't mind letting them lose. We used to be allies with Aragon, and then they got their ass handed to them in war, and part of their capitulation was to cancel all previous truces and alliances. And so we ceased being allies with them. And I'm perfectly fine with that, because they currently have overlordship over Cagliari, and they hold little bits of Sardinia and that part of Italy. So I don't mind them getting consumed. Unprofitable books. From where? Al-Ghazari? Al-Ghazir? Could export more things. I think we'll just get more pearls from London. I see the pearl icon is supposed to be a pearl inside a clam, but what I see is an egg on a nest. Is that salt? Few things could use more salt. You'd think all this oceanic water here, we could boil enough salt for us all. We got plenty of salt being produced. Over in Sardinia, a little bit in Calabria, over here. So salt is no problem. Over in these starving people who are buying food from abroad when they have fishing villages they refuse to operate. Margarita? Oh, second cousin. Not one of my margaritas. I don't care about you then. Marry you off. Who's the least ancient of our nobles? The least ancient of our nobles is Raymond de Bau. If I don't marry them off, the AI is not going to marry them off, and then suddenly my court is going to feel very, very quiet. How's our proximity looking? Palmy. Minus 0.62. All the road building efforts have paid off. Now it's still minus 0.62, so control isn't the best. But you can see all the neighbors are having better latent control, which is excellent. More control without having to vote my cabinet members to it. So I want to build more roads to increase proximity. We got a western highway going now, a central highway, an eastern highway, and they're starting to connect a little bit better. We got road going this way, road going that way, road going here. So what if we connected these two? If that'll squeeze out a bit more proximity. If we got all this flowing movement around. Already exists. 107. Only 290 days because we got greater centralization. Speaking of greater centralization, speaking of 10.64 towards centralization already. 10.64 gives a crown power bonus of 5.32. And at our current everything, we can only have a maximum of 22.16. So you cannot get the most extreme expression of a country value unless you put in a whole lot more stuff to support it. Not just support it to get the decimals counting over, but support it as in this is actually the face of your country. You actually deserve to be more centralized because you have all these things pushing for more centralization. Cabinet influencing could give more. Average control in country could give more. The more control we have, such as from better proximity, the higher the maximum centralization I can get. Restrict worker unions, give more control. Royal decree government reform. Royal commissions government reform. Dynastic administration policy. Dynastic administration policy. We don't have that option. Autonomous, feudal, local, and central. I'm pretty sure that that's also in Renaissance. Crown power. Education of the elites, rights of nobility to curtail the to curtail the nobility. A rights of nobility law to make them unhappier but less powerful and increases centralization. Okay, so it's not in here, but that is. And I do want that. Change policy cost, navy repair. Nothing else I need here then. What else should I make while we wait? I can make more libraries. We got docks now. I could start making docks. No. No? Hold on. No, it's in the list. We got docks, didn't we? Yeah, we unlocked docks. So what do you mean, cannot make any of this type of building? We have masonry, we have naval supplies, tools, and lumber. So what do you mean, cannot build any of this type? It requires tar, naval supplies, tools, and lumber. We have those. Oh, because of the money. See, when it phrases it as you cannot build any of this type, that makes me think, why not? What did I do wrong? It's just being a silly little fellow. Wild game in Genoa. Unprofitable buildings, 90 in Napoli. Weaponsmith. How are we looking on coal? We have a surplus of coal, but we have a market balance. Tools, we have so many tools. And lumber, we have a market balance. We're slowly producing some more. So, if we had better lumber... 4 out of 5. Okay. Expand that. Lumber. 5 of 9. And you see we got so much lumber down here too. And that lumber is still waiting for people to fill it up. 93 months still, because population promotion is so slow. They got 15,000 peasants. And they're still short 1,680 laborers because they're slow to raise up from peasants to laborers. Let's see, it's better to spread them out some. This is considered... I click here, and we get all this lit up. You're not in Tunisian market, are you? No. It was probably just highlighting the province then. Oh, but you're at max lumber as is. That's as many laborers as it can support. Man. We have lumber here too. That's also in the Napoli market, but these guys are going to rebel pretty soon. They're short a few laborers, and even though it's a few, it's going to take them 32 months. 32 months, man. These guys might promote quicker. Control's at 52 versus control of 0. 0 control. 14 control, which is why it's so slow. So that's gonna max out. 19% is also pretty slow though. So I should probably build more roads around here. Maybe connect here. That'll cost only 66. .49 inflation. Things aren't too expensive at 3.49. Three and a half more years for this Casaspelli and Bologna. How's Bologna looking still? They really don't like me. Superb Republic of Genoa has joined their network of alliances. I'm surprised they could hold so many. The burghers feel they are unduly taxed and regulated, keeping in mind the great importance of their work for our country. Tolls, taxes, and various tariffs are holding them back from being able to accomplish even greater things, and they will not hesitate to use all of their influence to abolish such restrictions. But those restrictions are there for a purpose. How many young apprentices have been crushed by falling marble? Remove the obstacles, burger land rights to the burghers, smaller maximum RGO size in towns and cities, and progress towards individualism. Or they need to know their place, lower 20% burger estate satisfaction. Let the burghers revolt. This isn't even granting them privilege and removing regulations in order to make some kind of economic advantage. This is purely self-enrichment for them. More power for them, and smaller RGO size for me. Nah. Let them be grumpy. Little grumpy burgers. I feel like instead of this being like a conquest kind of strategy game, like Crusader Kings 3 is very much promotes nothing but conquest and expansion. I feel like this game right now is mostly playing against my own people, and every once in a while, I might get the chance to expand outwards. Pisa still dislikes me, so 47.42 despite all this waiting. Okay. Where's that road I wanted to build? We wanted to connect these, right? We've got road just going straight down right now. So let's build that 66 this direction. And then 74, 131 to connect to Rosano. I think I'll build one road from here to here. And then focus back on infrastructural stuff. On buildings, economic building stuff. .38 present in our location. So if I look at this institution map mode, that looks beautiful, right? That looks like I've got so much of the institutions in me, and I think, oh, is it gonna be for Renaissance? Does it look through? The greens have Renaissance 43, greens have Renaissance 32, Renaissance 93, and yellows it's more 0, 0, 0. So wow, I just have so much Renaissance in me. And then I go to the advances and hover over Renaissance. And it's a whole lot more sparse this way. But this is still kind of optimistic if the dark ones have absolutely no Renaissance exposure. And the more yellow, ochre, orangish ones have like 20-30%, and the various shades of green are 40 and above. This is still pretty good progress. This is what it looks like when 20% of the population is exposed. Some down the east coast, some down the west coast, and a whole lot of smaller exposure all down the middle. Now that we have people who like us more. Perugia, do you want to join an alliance? If you don't want to be in the coalition against me, do you want to be with me? Minus 59.9. Bohemia. Definitely does want to be my ally. Minus 358. Bulgaria we're rivals to. Byzantines are rivals to. Serbia is at minus 46. They dislike me, but that could be overcome. They don't have many boats, though. I need allies with boats or allies willing to march for me. France is only at minus 9.32. Power difference, border distance, base. Trust towards the two Sicilies. Positive opinion gives plus 34, and they're at 134. How much of this is already from improved opinion? Relation improving, 45 minus 99 yearly. Rethinking our approach, whatever that is. Is that all the times that the peasants rise up and say, hey, we don't like the Pope, support France now? And we do, but it doesn't actually switch our position, but it does give us opinion with Paris? Improve opinion to 110, and it's currently at 45. So we can do it for like 60 more? 65 more, improving relationship? 45 is calculating... Well, the current opinion is calculating 34. So maybe, if we improve opinion, and we get it closer to 200, then the minus 9.32 would even out. And we can get an ally with France. Let's try that. We're getting positive 0 sailors now. Buildings are done here. We built a couple of tool makers. And the fishermen still don't want to be employed. No peasants employed. Tools have a balance improvement now. Salt has a balance improvement, so maybe now that we have a couple of tool makers, maybe that's the only thing we needed for these people to start feeding themselves and joining fishing villages. Needs of fishing villages is 0. They have the tools. One plus 99 with demand is sort of 1 plus 99. Look at that stockpile. There's currently 983.9 tools in Tunis. They have so many tools in the Tunis marketplace. Napoli market. What's unprofitable? Market Village and Glass Guild. Fishing villages, fishing villages, breweries. See, glass can go to the breweries. Brewery, what's your problem? You're trying to convert wheat and wood to tool to make 0-0. They could turn sturdy grain and wood and tool into beer, but they don't want to. There's a way to automate the production method, isn't there? It doesn't always have to be the one they don't have. If they have sturdy grains. The balance of sturdy grains in Napoli is in the negatives, though, because demand outpaces supply. Wheat we got plenty, wood we got plenty, tools we got plenty. I don't get it. I'm sure eventually they'll figure out how to get these buildings to maintain their profitability. Sometimes it makes sense, like the whole thing with like paper to books and so on, or wool to cloth, that have their need in paper, right? Well, not in paper, in what was it? Marketplaces needing cloth? Building the things that the thing demands, and then suddenly people want to produce the thing because the thing is going someplace. Gravel road. Chikaratse over here for 3 more months. You got a road to Cosenza. Let's give you... Didn't give you an east-west one? Already building a gravel road, okay. It's just being hidden by the current construction for RGO. Maybe we could only build one thing at a time. Queued up. Yeah, +3. So that's money devoted for things we cannot see yet, and things that won't be built yet. So what else to build? We could try to put more marketplaces down. If I didn't have marketplaces that are losing value. Tunis Market is mostly fishing villages that are at straight 0. Jewelers Guild. But the markets are doing okay. So maybe it's alright to build more markets there. The market villages here are missing iron. Using the rural blacksmith to turn iron into tools. What else could you do? Lumber to tools. Everything's going to be unprofitable except for stone to jewelry. Gives a small profit. I think that's alright. Though I just gotta go in and adjust everyone's production method. Just turn all these stones into jewelry. Queen's gotta go in, out of the way, Onyx. Building by building, one at a time. Could also turn clay into pottery. Onyx, don't just sit there staring at me, baby. Your dad's home. Cute little Onyx. I'll be finishing up soon enough, Onyx, alright? I also shouldn't switch everybody to stone into jewelry, since I'm gonna need stone for the things. Oh, look at that population slowly increasing. We're mostly peasants in this economy. And the next population higher than peasants is the laborers. So who truly runs this town? Not me. The peasants and the laborers both? Then the burghers slowly behind? And the clerics doing no better than the nobles and soldiers? Every time I peek over. 23.12 now. It's jumped up by 3%. I want to build more library. It'll take so long for the library to finish. it'll take like a year for it. So the effect isn't going to be immediate. But we can build some more. All pops from burgers and Catrone gain 3.77 pop satisfaction. This makes me think maybe I should put some buildings up here for pop satisfaction. But these guys are gonna rebel anyway. It's nobles I have to worry about. And the Conquest Malice gives a straight minus 50. So these things need to be integrated before anyone's gonna like me anyway. They probably love me already, if not for being conquered. Dubrovnik spreading again. Ew, the jerks. It's demand for paper. Even if it's not direct economic activity with the library, it's a demand. Nobility grateful for our favor. My favor of constantly trying to fight them to strip them of their rights. And now they're rebelling against me pretty soon. A delegation of the nobility came to thank us today for favoring them in the government. In fact, they are so grateful that a small voluntary contribution was made to the treasury. 128! And nobility gained 10 estate satisfaction. Not bad. They're trying to equilibrium down to 50 though. Fine. I'll give them a small tax rebate in exchange. Burgers want to go to 43. 43 so low. I have a little bit of a cash inflow. They saw what I'm doing. They saw that I'm trying to get more libraries out, and they want to help me out there. Available burgers in Messina's 2,000. These guys are getting fat, doing nothing. Oh, but I can't build too many libraries at once, though, because books. I got plenty of books, but libraries demand more books than we have available. Which means we gotta go through the Scriptorium economy again. Scriptorium. Of which we have so many, but we have so many clerics too. We got an infinite amount of clerics. We need 50 clerics, they have 266. Get more local books available. Masonry is getting low. Is that for every place I build? Yeah, for the market in general. 0.06, 0.06. Available is 447.6 though. So we still have a stockpile of it. It's just that the building is cutting into the stockpile, which is okay. That's fine. That's what the stockpile's there for. So, who would be masonry? Is that going to be... The burgers wouldn't be doing masonry, would they? They're the businessmen, not the stone carvers. Yeah, there you go, masons laborers. Once I have more money to compare with, we'll see where we should build. Because we're doing good on stone, aren't we? Stone. We are currently producing a balance. Supply and demand is even. We do have a pretty damn big stockpile of it, though. So there's no harm in making more masons. Mason? We could build basically anywhere. So, I should put it any place with a large peasant population in order to promote them faster, right? So for 85, the required goods cost 0.36. I don't know, man. We've only got 24,000 peasants to promote here. We'll put a few more masons. We don't need too many. Plus, it's going to take ages for them to actually build. Less than a year for the mason, but it's still a year away. 250 days. Margarita Rocci, our second cousin. '69 diplomacy, that's cool. Gregarious. And now she's married. Who's the least old? Giacomo or Robert? Diplomacy for diplomacy. May your children be even more diplomatic. What's this? Question of unification law. We can now do with province for our Sicilian Union. So, we have to vote for unification of crowns first. Can diplomatically annex other members? Yes. And then we could do swift unification to raise integration to get it faster. And then rapid unification of crowns for further integration on that. Okay. How many more years for this one? 3 more years to go against Bologna. Nobility insurgents is all the way up to 90% now. How many are we looking at for these rebels? 2,000 noble insurgents? Pops 2,109? I guess it's not going to be in the world if there are only 2,000 rebelling pops in 10 locations. They'll start a civil war, but foolishly. We'll just pop on in, kick their ass, kick their ass, kick their ass. And then siege, 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 right? If it's anything like Imperator Rome, where a civil war is grotesque because it just splits your country in half, and you have to take everything back over one by one by one. What was it going to build? More Mason. Mason. It's pretty decent here. And it's almost next month anyway. So let's make one more Mason. Nicastro is our source of iron, and we're still missing more people to fill it. I know, Toasty. My peasants don't want to promote to laborers. They don't want to do hard work. 148,000 peasants able to promote. So we have iron here. And that's basically all of our iron. That's our only source of iron. The lumber here I want to get more control on because we do need a whole lot of lumber. And Palmy is super slow to fill in 1,500 dudes. But Nicastro is the only iron we have. Bologna has silk, medicaments, fiber crops, fish, wine, wool, beeswax. They got some iron up here. They got iron and tin in Cagliari. Do I want to go against Aragon? We're slightly stronger. They have an alliance with England. Their alliance with Portugal got replaced with an alliance with a lucky country. Overlordship. I want that Sardinian iron and the Sardinian tin. But Hungary's gonna be of no help to me. How about France? They like me a bit more. And their reason to join an alliance is shrinking even further. Man! Everybody else gets cool allies but me. Naples always stands alone. Except for Hungary joining us up each time. We're up to 45 favors with Hungary now. I think Hungary is actively trying to foment more favors with me. We could ask them for a whole buttload of money. They're building up favors with us, so that they could force us to join wars with them. But the favors work both ways. 25 favor to ask for money, and a small amount of favor to ask them to join our wars. Hungary. Hey, Hungary. So much money from Hungary, they love us for it. They don't mind at all that we're using favors to get them to pay us. I should be making use of favors more often. Because you could totally exploit it like that. I wouldn't say exploit, they're building up mutual favors, and we could use our mutual favors. They taught us about mutual favors by forcing us to join their wars, and now we learned exactly how useful those could be. So we have money to burn for infrastructure. We have money that we can use to embrace an institution. I totally could. My stability's at 36 though. That would drop me to negative... That'd be the negative 30s. No thank you. I don't mind the monetary cost, but the stability cost cannot be done. We're gonna get it soon enough. It'll give us another reform, a third cabinet member, and a whole lot more power. The Renaissance is going to come to Sicily. Just not today. And I think after 7 hours and 41 minutes of stream, that this is where I should call it for the day. We'll have to see how tomorrow looks for stream, because I do want to get some stream in before Dank Movie Night starts. But tomorrow's also when we're going to do our shopping for funeral clothes for Grandpa's funeral next week. So we'll see what tomorrow does. Maybe we'll do a later one. Maybe we'll simply take tomorrow off. And then Sunday will be the last one before I have to go down. But for now, we got to kick some ass a little, gain some territory, prevented a coalition from attacking us. And we've almost got access to the Renaissance. Soon. Maybe by the next time we stream. Soon. For now, it looks like Macaw is doing day 2 of his Action Man All Games exploration. So let's go check him out. And then I guess I'll make some dinner. BF's been asking for meatloaf when meatloaf takes so much ground beef. Ground beef that's expensive and that I haven't thawed. He didn't ask for it today. But I do have some ground beef thawing. So let's go make the boy happy. And you guys, thanks for sticking around. Stick around one more time and join the raid to see Macaw. And the next time we stream this, we're going to hit that Renaissance. We've got it within 20-some% of our country. We just got to get the cost down for stability. And then the power is going to go my way. So look forward to that, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care of yourselves.
Tomorrow 輝こう強く